Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
They gave me 5 rules before I walked in. I've already broken 3. I know how that sounds. It's the kind of line you hear in a horror movie right before everything goes to hell. But this was not a movie. It was a real federal facility in the hills of West Virginia, and I was just the HVAC guy they called, because their equipment would not stop short cycling in the middle of the night. When I pulled up, the place looked dead. No cars in the lot, no lights in the windows, just a massive radio telescope leaning over the trees, like it was eavesdropping on the whole valley. The man at the gate did not smile. He did not even shake my hand. He just checked my ID, handed me a laminated card, and said, "You will follow these procedures at all times while you're on site." The rules were wrong. Keep your phone in airplane mode at all times. If the PA system says your name, drop everything and run for the nearest exit. Do not open anything labeled calibration spares. Do not enter control room B if the clock reads 3:17. And if you ever hear wind inside the building when there is no door open and no vent running, you are already in the wrong place. I should have turned around right then. I should have told my supervisor the drive was too far, the weather was too bad, that the whole thing felt off. Instead, I signed the log, walked inside, and told myself it was just another weird government job. By the time I realized why those 5 rules existed, I had already broken 3 of them, and something out there or up there knew my name. 1.1. My job is just wires and weather. I am writing this at my kitchen table in Columbus, Ohio, a little after 11 at night. The table wobbles every time I breathe on it. The laminate is peeling at one corner where somebody, probably the last tenant, tried to pry up a cigarette burn and made it worse. The only light in the apartment is the cheap fluorescent tube over the stove, buzzing with that faint high whine you only notice when the rest of the world is quiet. It smells like old coffee and dust in here. The radiator under the window is doing its half-hearted best, ticking and sighing every few minutes. Outside somewhere, 2 floors down, a siren winds past on Broad, first growing, then fading, then swallowed by the wet winter air. My neighbor upstairs laughs at something on his TV, the sound muffled through the ceiling like it is underwater. I am not a storyteller. I am a radio tech. But there are some things you cannot leave sitting in your head forever, and I have run out of other places to put this. Most people never think about the hardware behind the noise in their lives. They hear music in the car, sports on the TV over the bar, the blaring emergency alert tone that hijacks their phone once a month, and they just assume it all comes out of nowhere or out of the cloud. My job is the opposite of that. My job is to drive out to the middle of nowhere and fix whatever rusted, overheating, underfunded piece of equipment is actually making those signals happen. FM, AM, low-power TV repeaters, emergency relay sites for the EAS. If it has an antenna and a call sign at some point, someone like me has to crawl under it with a meter and a flashlight and try to convince it to behave. Transmitter rooms mostly smell the same. That is one of the constants in my life. You open a steel door on the side of a hill or behind a cinder block wall on the roof of a strip mall, and the air hits you like a hairdryer full of dust, hot, dry, baked-in ozone and electronics metal and old carpet. The fans push heat around in circles. There is always at least one fluorescent tube that flickers when it feels like it and refuses to be replaced, because we'll get to it next quarter. Between those boxes of noise, there is road. Endless road. The van I drive has just enough wrong with it to feel familiar. The front right wheel bearing has a whine at 60 on the interstate that you stop hearing after the first 100 miles until you hit a particular stretch of concrete that makes it vibrate up through the steering column into your hands. The back doors rattle on potholes unless I wedge an empty cardboard box between them and the shelf. There is a stain on the driver's seat that was there before me and will probably survive the heat death of the universe. The soundtrack is whatever local station I am not currently working on, fading in and out as I move. Country and one county classic rock in the next morning, talk shows full of people shouting over each other and reading headlines like they hurt. When the stations drop away, it is just static. Static and wind and the little ticking sound the dash makes when the temperature drops below freezing. Meals are usually whatever I can eat with one hand in a parking lot. Gas station burritos microwaved until they are lava at the ends and ice in the middle. Burger wrappers crumpled on the passenger seat. Coffee that tastes less like coffee and more like hot cardboard sipped under the flicker of sodium vapor lights in truck stop lots. I do not hate it if that is what you are thinking. There is something simple and almost honest about a job where the problem is almost always a piece of metal or wire that either works or does not. When a transmitter dies, it does not lie to you about how it is feeling. People are messier. Take Mitch, my supervisor. He has been at Ohio Valley Broadcast Services since before I was born, or at least that is how he tells it. He is built like a guy who used to play high school football and never completely gave up the idea he could go back and do it again. He swears at spreadsheets and complains about kids who only know IP audio, but he is the first one to pick up the phone at 3 in the morning when a tower goes dark in a snowstorm. He chews my ass when I am an hour late on a job, but he also once drove 2 hours out of his way to bring me a space heater because the shack I was working in had no heat, and the outside temp was single digits. Mitch lives somewhere between those two facts, and so do I. My mental map of the Midwest is not cities, it is sites. The little FM on top of a strip mall on the east side of Columbus where the elevator always smells like stale French fries because there is a fast food place on the ground floor. The AM array out on a farm in Indiana, 4 rusted towers and a cow pasture where I once had to flag down the farmer because his bull took too much interest in my ladder. The translator shack behind a dollar store in Zanesville where a dog got out of the neighboring yard and chased me back to the van with my own wrench still in its mouth. Those are the stories techs tell each other at bars. The clumsy, half-funny ones. Remember when I almost died because of a chihuahua with a god complex, that kind of thing. They are the ones that make the miles feel like they add up to something. The other kind of story floats around in the same places but in a different tone. We were at a bar in Parkersburg one night after swapping a burnt exciter at a talk station. It was one of those places with Bud Light neon in the windows and a pool table that lists a little to the left. Every TV was tuned to football, with the volume turned down, subtitles racing across the bottom of the screen. There were 3 of us at the far end of the bar. Me, a guy from a rival contractor we had helped with a tower climb, and an older tech everyone called Reed, even though that was not his name. Reed had the look of someone who had spent too many nights under fluorescent lights. Pallid eyes, a little too wide fingers stained from cheap coffee and cheaper cigarettes. Out of nowhere, between talking about a busted Coke's run in Kentucky and arguing about which brand of transmitter was the least terrible, he said, "You ever do work on the FEMA relays up in the hills?" We all shook our heads. That work pays, but it is rare. Government contracts, lots of paperwork, lots of rules. Reed stared at his beer for a second, the foam clinging to the sides of the glass. "There's one somewhere in Appalachia," he said. "Can't remember the code. Friend of a friend went up there on a night call. Tower in the fog bunker in the hillside, whole deal. They had all these rules printed out for him, like don't answer the phone if it rings wrong, don't look at certain screens, that kind of fed paranoia. He laughed it off. He took a slow sip, watching our faces over the rim. They never called him back in, he went on. Company lost the contract. Official word was procedural non-compliance. Unofficial word was nobody ever saw him come down off that hill. We made the appropriate noises. Bullshit. Urban legend. Guy probably just quit. And that is what I filed it under Bar Talk. An engineer's ghost story. The kind of thing you tell new hires to make them feel like they are part of some secret club. I forgot about it. I thought I did. Weeks later, I was in a cramped little control room at a community FM station just off East Broad Street, swapping out yet another failed module. It was the usual scene, the soundproof door that never quite seals the faint smell of burned dust, some college kid on the other side of the glass playing indie rock for an audience of 12 insomniacs and a gas station cashier on the night shift. I had just brought the transmitter back online and was leaning over the console to sign the work order on my tablet when my phone buzzed in my pocket. The caller ID said, Ohio Valley Broadcast Services. I wiped my hands on my jeans, stepped out into the loading dock, where the air was colder and smelled like wet cardboard, and answered. Mitch did not bother with hello. You busy after that FM on Broad? He asked, voice tinny with fatigue. Not unless you want me to romance another fried exciter, I said. He huffed something that might have been a laugh. I've got a priority, he said. Federal FEMA relay out near the West Virginia line. Carriers dropping under load. They want eyes on it tonight. He rattled off the site ID like it was any other job. Just another line in the spreadsheet. KX91B, he said. Supervisor on site is a guy named Laird. This is a federal contract, Dan. Don't screw around up there. The name and the letters slid past me in the moment, just entries in a log I had not written yet. I leaned against the van, watching my breath fog in the weak security light, and told him I would go. I hung up, put my tools in the back, and punched the address into my GPS while the engine idled. The route line snaked off the screen into a space on the map where the roads got thinner and the names started to sound less like suburbs and more like something carved into a mailbox by hand. If I had taken Reed's story more seriously that night at the bar in Parkersburg, if I had listened to the way his voice dropped when he said procedural non-compliance, I probably would have let that call go to voicemail. 1. 2. The road to Cedar Hollow. I left Columbus with half a tank of gas, a headache from the fluorescent light in that little community station, and the kind of stupid confidence you only have when you think the weirdness in your life can still be explained by bad wiring. The GPS on my dash drew a blue line out of the city and into the hills. I followed it east on E70 out past the same exits I always see and never take. The sky over the freeway had that dull, smudged look December does when it cannot make up its mind between snow and rain. Salt dust caked the guardrails. The shoulders were lined with the ghosts of old tire treads and plastic bags snagged on weeds. The van hummed along at 70, the front right bearing, singing its usual thin metal whine. I turned the radio up a notch to drown it out. Some classic rock station out of town was playing AC/DC, the signal strong and confident, cutting through the road noise like it owned the air. Between songs, there were commercials for used car lots, injury lawyers, and a furniture store having a once-in-a-lifetime sale for the third time this year. My coffee was the gas station kind, lukewarm and already turning bitter in the cardboard cup. I had grabbed it on my way out of Columbus, along with a wrapped breakfast sandwich that had gone from frozen to steaming in exactly 60 seconds under a microwave that sounded older than me. The smell of both burned cheese and cheap beans mingled with the permanent scents of the Van stale fast food dust, the faint ozone tang that clings to your clothes after too many hours around transmitters. Traffic thinned as I turned off onto I-77 and headed south. The familiar exits fell away. The semi-trucks grew fewer, then many again, then fewer, like schools of fish drifting in and out around me. A couple of them stuck with me for miles, their running lights glowing amber in my mirrors, their diesel rumble a kind of moving wall behind me. Somewhere past Cambridge, the playlist changed. The station I had been listening to slipped into static for a second, caught itself, and came back. I shrugged it off. Terrain does that. Hills get in the way. Signals are fragile things, no matter how solid they sound. The miles kept rolling by. Road signs started to feel less like instructions and more like suggestions to other people. Exit 151. Byesville, exit 178, Caldwell. Each interchange was a little less built up than the last. Gas stations turned from bright chains to older faded ones with 2 lonely pumps and a flickering sign. It was getting late in the afternoon when the GPS binged and told me to take the next exit toward Cedar Hollow. The sky had that low, oppressive ceiling, now thick clouds hanging just above the tree line like a lid. The sun was technically still up, but you would not have known it from the color of the light. Everything outside the windshield had gone flat and gray edges softened, like the world was being seen through a dirty lens. The off-ramp curled down to a 2-lane road with an old, beat-up green sign, Cedar Hollow 18 Millstone 9. I turned right, following the arrow toward the little town the work order had mentioned. The highway noise faded behind me like somebody turning down a fader. Ahead, it was just asphalt and trees. The houses started almost immediately, then fell away just as fast. First, there were a few big old places with wide porches and plastic toys abandoned in the yards, then modular homes on cinder blocks, then clapboard shacks with patched roofs. Most of them sat back from the road, tucked into folds of land and clusters of bare trees. Every second or third place had a flag on a pole in the yard, or hanging from a porch column, colors washed out from too many summers and winters. The campaign signs made me uncomfortable in a way I could not quite name. Not because of the names on them. I have seen every politician's face on corrugated plastic more times than I care to, but because the dates were wrong. Half the signs were for elections that were 2 or 3 cycles past slogans from years ago, fading into the wood, still staked into the ground, like nobody wanted to go out and admit those promises expired. Dollar General announced itself before I reached Millstone proper. There is always a Dollar General. The parking lot had 3 cars in it, and a delivery truck idling at the dock, white exhaust, clinging low to the wet air. Across the road from it, a diner with a peeling red roof sat dark, its neon open sign dead and tilted at an angle in the front window. A hand-painted board out front still offered all-day breakfast. Like if they didn't take the sign down, maybe it would be true again someday. A little farther down, a big painted plywood sign on the shoulder said, "Welcome to Millstone, home of the Bulldogs." Somebody had drawn a muscular dog in the corner, its paint chipped around the teeth so it looked like they were crumbling. There were no people on the sidewalks, no kids on bikes, just a couple of parked trucks and the quiet glow of Christmas lights still strung along a porch railing weeks after the holiday. Past Millstone, even that thinned out. The road narrowed not literally, but in feeling. The yellow center line was scuffed and faded, the white stripes at the edges half buried under grit. There were no more street lights, just the occasional mailbox with reflective numbers and the round, unblinking eyes of cats or raccoons catching my headlights and vanishing back into the underbrush. The trees closed in mostly bare hardwoods, with a few dark evergreens stitched between them. Their branches tangled overhead, turning the sky into a gray web. The hills rose and fell gently enough to make your stomach notice but not complain. I rolled the window down an inch to clear the fog on the inside glass and felt the cold slide in damp and metallic, bringing with it the smell of wet leaves and something older underneath. Earth, stone. The kind of smell you only get in places that have not been paved or mowed flat for a while. Every now and then, the woods would break just long enough to give a glimpse of someone's life. A weathered wooden house sitting crooked on its foundation porch, sagging but still swept. A trailer tucked back in a clearing, smoke from a metal chimney curling up into the low sky. On one, a faded flag hung limp, the blue turned almost gray, the red dulled to brick. On another, a yard sign from a presidential election 3 cycles ago leaned against a rusting riding mower. Nobody had bothered to take it down. Maybe nobody wanted to admit that time had moved on without them. The sun, such as it was, slid lower, and the light took on a dirty gold color smeared between the trees. It was not the warm yellow of summer evenings. This was thin and tired, stretching long shadows across the road that made every bend look like a mouth about to close. Somewhere along one of those bends, I saw it. At first, it was just a jagged outline against the bruised sky, a stack of metal lattice flickering between the tree trunks. Then the road curved, and the trees fell away on one side, and there it was, in full, a red and white tower, stabbing up out of the ridge like a piece of scaffolding for the clouds. Even from a distance, you could tell it was tall, taller than anything else for miles. Sections alternated red and white all the way up until the top disappeared briefly into a low-hanging cloud. Red aviation lights winked at regular intervals along its spine, and one at the very tip burned steadily, blinking a slow, bureaucratic heartbeat into the gray air. My GPS chimed the synthetic voice, flat and calm. In 1 mile turn right onto Miller Ridge Road, it said. The road dipped, then climbed again, following the shape of the hills. The tower stayed in sight now, like it was pacing me. The closer I got, the more wrong it felt. Not dangerous exactly, just out of place. Like someone had dropped a piece of city infrastructure into a patch of woods that had never asked for it. The turnoff appeared almost without warning, a narrow strip of cracked asphalt veering off to the right, half hidden by overgrown brush. There was a sign at the mouth of it, bolted to 2 leaning posts. The metal was sun-faded and beginning to rust around the edges, but the words were still clear. Federal Emergency Broadcast Relay, authorized personnel only. The capital letters had the kind of confidence only the government can pull off. No logo, no explanation. Just a statement, this is not for you. I slowed my blinker, clicking loud in the cab, and swung the van onto the lane. The tires bumped from relatively smooth county blacktop onto something older, patched and repatched. The trees on either side crowded closer branches, clawing at the upper corners of the van, leaving faint squeals and scratches in the paint. The instant my front wheels left the main road, the radio cut out. One moment, the band on the station was mid-guitar solo, the singer wailing about some woman leaving him on some highway somewhere. The next, there was a hard snap, like someone pulling a plug, and everything collapsed into a thick, choking static. Not the usual kind of static either. This was full-band dense, the sort of hiss you get when you tune between stations with an old analog dial and park it exactly between 2 strong signals, no gaps, no distant music bleeding through. Just noise. It lasted 3, maybe 4 seconds. Long enough for me to glance down at the display and see the numbers still locked on the same FM frequency. Long enough for the little signal meter icon to stubbornly insist I had 3 solid bars. long enough for the hair on my forearms to stand up under my jacket for no good reason at all. Then just as abruptly, the music snapped back in at the exact point it had left. No rewind, no jump. The singer picked up half a syllable into the next line like nothing had happened. I told myself it was terrain, a reflection off the tower, some freak combination of angles and interference. In my line of work, just interference is the lullaby you sing yourself to sleep. But I also remember thinking, as the lane climbed toward the concrete building, I could now see at the base of the tower that those 3 seconds were the first thing that day I could not quite blame on bad reception. 1.3. Supervisor Laird and the laminated card. The lane ended at a chain-link fence topped with 3 strands of barbed wire, the kind that looks more symbolic than effective, until you remember there is federal money involved and probably sensors you cannot see. Beyond the fence sat the facility. It was not much to look at. No big radar dome, no sci-fi bunker carved into a cliff. Just a squat concrete block building the color of wet paper, a single story with a flat roof and no windows facing the gate. The tower rose up directly behind it, anchored to a heavy concrete pad that looked newer than the building itself. A gravel lot spread out in front, like someone had poured gray rock into a rough rectangle and called it a day. There were no other vehicles inside. No pickup trucks, no sedans, no security SUV. Just the building, the tower, the empty lot, and the fence between me and all of it. On my side of the gate, bolted to a rusting steel post, was a yellow call box, the kind with a single black button and a little grill for a speaker. The paint had chipped away at the corners, exposing dull metal underneath. A faded sticker above the button read, "Press for access," in block letters. I put the van in park, killed the engine, and listened for a second. The world sounded smaller without it. There was the ticking of hot metal cooling under the hood, the soft hiss of the wind pushing through the trees at the edge of the compound, and the distant whisper of the tower's guy wires singing a note too high to be anything but tension. There were no obvious cameras, but I have worked in enough no-obvious camera sites to know that meant nothing. Someone somewhere was watching a monitor right now, seeing a white van with my company logo sitting at their gate. I climbed out, crunching onto the gravel, and pressed the call box button. There was a faint click from inside the unit, then a short burst of static like a radio warming up. When the voice came, it might as well have been coming from a recording. "This is KX91B," it said. "State your name and purpose." The tone was calm and almost perfectly even. No background noise, no throat clearing. Male mid-50s maybe, but any texture beyond that felt sanded down. Dan Carter," I said. My breath clouded briefly in front of the grill. "Contract tech from Ohio Valley. Here for your carrier drop issue." A beat. Not silence exactly, more like someone had turned the volume down on the world while they checked a box. "Appointment confirmed," the voice said. "Stand by." The line went dead. No goodbye, no "we'll buzz you in." Just that abrupt electronic absence. A second later, the motor on the gate groaned to life. It was not a clean, well-oiled sound. It was the grinding churn of an old mechanism that has been working a little too hard for a little too long. The arm in the gate post jerked, hesitated, then dragged the fence panel aside in a shuddering arc. The chain link rattled like teeth. When the opening was wide enough, I drove through. The gravel inside was deeper, crunching louder under the tires, pinging little stones up against the undercarriage. I parked where a faded parking stencil suggested someone should killed the engine again, and sat there for a second, staring at the blank face of the building. There was a single metal door at the front, painted the same non-color as the cinder blocks, with a small box mounted beside it. Not a normal access reader, no card swipe slot, no keypad. just a black square with a faint red LED in the corner. I grabbed my tool bag from the back, slung it over my shoulder, and stepped out into the cold properly this time. The air inside the fence felt denser somehow, like there was less room between the molecules. Before I could talk myself into anything like nerves, the door clicked and opened inward. The man standing just inside had to be the same one from the call box. Mid-50s or maybe older, built solid under a navy windbreaker with a stitched patch over the left chest that read KX91B in simple white thread. His hair was gray and cut short in a way that did not quite manage to hide the fact that it had once been styled and now had given up. An ID badge hung from a lanyard around his neck, the plastic catching the light. His eyes were the first thing that made me uncomfortable. They were a pale gray, the color of snow that has been walked on all day and then frozen overnight. Not unusual in themselves, but they did not seem to blink in the normal rhythm. Most people blink without you noticing. With him, there were these long stretches where he did not blink at all, and then a single, slow close and open like a camera shutter. "Daniel Carter," he said. In person, his voice matched the call box almost exactly. "Ohio Valley Broadcast Services." "Yes, sir," I said. "You must be Laird, Supervisor Laird." He said, not correcting me so much as filing the information. "You are here to address carrier instability on the FEMA relay." "Right." He stepped back from the door. It swung wider with a faint sigh from the closer. He did not offer a hand to shake. There was no small talk, no weather, no traffic. "No hell of a drive out here, huh?" Just a little nod toward the inside. "Before you proceed," he said, "you will surrender your personal communication device." I stopped halfway over the threshold. "My phone," I asked. "Yes," he said. "You will keep it on your person in case it is required for identification purposes. But it must remain powered down for the duration of your time on site." He produced a quart-sized Ziploc bag from somewhere behind the doorframe. It was cloudy with age, the white label strip on the front, half-peeled, someone's handwriting worn off it years ago. "You may place it here," he said. I hesitated. Not because I could not survive without my phone for a few hours, but because this was the point in every horror story where the obvious lifeline gets cut. "My work orders are on there," I said half-heartedly. "And the Spectrum Analyzer app, paper logs are sufficient," he said. "Site procedure requires removal of RF emitting devices. This includes cellular phones, smartwatches, and wireless earbuds. Do you have any of those on your person?" His eyes did not move away from mine while he asked. It felt less like a question and more like a scan. "No," I said. "Just the phone." I powered it down, watching the screen go from the familiar clutter of icons to the company logo to black. Then I slid it into the bag and sealed it the plastic zipper, making a dry little rasp. He didn't take the bag from me. "Keep it in your pocket," he said. "Do not remove it from the bag. Do not power the device on." "Got it." He stepped aside fully then, and I crossed all the way into the building. The air changed the moment the door closed behind me. It had that manufactured feel you only get in sealed spaces, too dry, too evenly filtered, like it has run through too many layers of metal and fiber to remember it was once outside. A faint smell of industrial cleaner clung to the floor, mixed with the low metallic aroma of electronics running just below their comfort zone. The hallway we stood in was narrow, lined with off-white vinyl tile that had seen better days. Fluorescent tubes and plastic fixtures hummed overhead, the sound threading through the silence and settling in the back of my skull. Somewhere deeper in the building, I could hear the soft, constant breath of HVAC pushing air through ductwork. Behind us, the front door shut fully. The automatic closer pulled it into the frame with a heavy padded thud that felt much louder than it should have. The noise seemed to soak into the cinder block walls. I felt it more in my chest than in my ears, like something soft but definite had dropped into place between me and the outside world. I do not know why, but that sound made me feel less like a visitor and more like a specimen. Laird turned without acknowledging it and started walking down the hallway, his footsteps measured and identical heel to toe on the vinyl. I followed my own boots, sounding clumsier in comparison. We passed a closed door on the right with a small placard that said storage in black letters. Another on the left read, battery room. Both had simple key locks beneath the knobs, no fancy access control. At the end of the hall, it opened into a slightly wider space, a sort of anteroom with a bulletin board on one wall, a metal folding chair pushed up against another, and directly across a closed door with a weathered label that simply said, equipment. On the wall to the right of that door at eye level was an analog clock. It was the cheap institutional kind you see in schools and government offices everywhere. White face, black numbers, plastic frame. The second hand stepped in little ticks around the dial, the motion just visible in my peripheral vision. Beneath the clock, mounted at chest height, was a clear plastic document holder. Inside it, front and center, was a laminated card about the size of a sheet of printer paper, trimmed with a thin red border. Across the top, in bold all-caps lettering, it said, KX91B Site Procedures. Technical Personnel. Laird stopped next to it and gestured. Before you enter the equipment room, he said you will read and acknowledge these procedures. I set my tool bag down by the wall and stepped closer. The lamination had yellowed slightly at the edges. The paper inside was crisp and flat, as if it had been replaced often enough to never get the chance to curl. The text was printed in a plain sans serif font, no frills, no logos. There were 5 numbered items, log entries by hand. All tests, adjustments, and observations must be recorded in the on-site logbook located in the equipment room. Do not rely solely on digital work orders or device logs. If a discrepancy exists, the handwritten log is considered authoritative. Follow landline protocol. A dedicated landline is installed in the equipment room for internal communication. If the phone rings once and stops, do not answer. If it rings more than once, answer on the second ring only. Do not speak first. Respond only to direct questions. Do not read red output. The site printer may generate automatically formatted reports. Black text denotes standard system activity and may be read and logged as needed. Red text denotes calibration or corrective output and must not be read or transcribed. If red text is produced, allow the page to complete and file it face down in the designated folder without review. Shelter during unscheduled tones. The emergency alert tone may be broadcast internally as part of scheduled tests. If an unscheduled tone is initiated, no prior notice from the supervisor, immediately cease all activity, move under the primary console desk, and avoid viewing any monitors until the tone ceases. Evacuate upon internal wind. If movement of air is detected within the equipment room, inconsistent with HVAC operation, sudden drafts papers moving without identifiable source, immediately exit the room, close the door, and report to the supervisor. Do not re-enter until given express clearance. I read them once, then again, my eyes snagging on certain phrases. Do not speak first, must not be read, unscheduled tone, internal wind. On paper, they were just weirdly worded safety policies. I have seen my share of those. Do not stand within 30 feet of the antenna during transmission. Do not touch the copper bus bar with both hands. Do not bypass interlocks under any circumstances. Common sense wrapped in legal armor. But there was something off about these. They did not feel like they were written to protect me from the equipment. They felt like they were written to protect me from something that used the equipment. I caught myself staring at the line about the printer, imagining a page slowly filling with red letters I was not supposed to see, and shook it off. "Is this standard?" I asked, half turning toward Laird. "For FEMA relays, these procedures are specific to this site," he said. "They have been determined sufficient to maintain operational compliance." "That's one way to put it," I muttered. "Have you read and understood them?" he asked. No irritation. Just a checkbox needing a tick. "Yeah," I said. "I've read them." "Understood," he repeated. I hesitated, then nodded. As much as I can, I guess. He seemed to accept that. Behind him, the analog clock ticked loudly in the quiet. I glanced up at it without thinking. It said 2:02. I dropped my gaze back to the card, tracing the red border with my eyes, and felt a little silly for letting laminated paper get under my skin. I reminded myself that this was a site with federal paperwork and probably some board office in D.C. to answer to. Of course, they overdid it on written procedures. "Very well," Laird said. "You may." The sound of the clock interrupted him. It was not one tick, it was several at once. The second hand, which had been stepping around the dial in neat little increments, jumped, not in a smooth sweep like on a fancy watch. It stuttered, blurred, and then landed 3 minutes ahead of where it had been. The minute hand moved with it snapping from the little notch past the 2 to the line over the 5. 2:02 became 2:05 in the space of a heartbeat. There was no power surge, no fluctuation in the fluorescent hum, no change in the low murmur of the HVAC. The air did not shudder. Nothing else in that little anteroom acknowledged that time had apparently skipped forward. Except Laird. He turned his head and looked at the clock with an expression I could not read. It was not surprise. It was not annoyance. It was closer to recognition, like seeing someone you had been expecting finally walk through a door. The second hand began ticking again from its new position, each little movement right on cue. Laird watched it complete one full circuit, his pale eyes following the motion, and then he glanced back at me. "You're still on time," he said quietly. Something in the way he said it made the fluorescent light feel a shade colder. For the first time since I pulled into the gravel lot, I had the distinct crawling feeling that whatever time meant out here on Miller Ridge, it did not mean quite the same thing inside this building. 2.1, first test. First red line. The equipment room at KX91B was bigger than I expected and smaller than I wanted. Laird unlocked the door with a brass key that looked older than the building and swung it inward. A blast of warm air rolled out over us, the kind that feels dry enough to crack your lips. It smelled exactly like every other transmitter space I have ever set foot in hot metal baked dust, and that faint electrical tang that says something somewhere is working a little harder than it should. Racks lined the left wall from just inside the door all the way down to a corner I could not see around. Black and gray metal frames, each full of gear with LED indicators, blinking their own private languages, green for happy, amber for thinking about it, red for this is your problem now. Fiber and coax cables looped in careful arcs between them, bundled with zip ties and Velcro straps. Against the right wall sat a desk made of laminate wood grain that had seen better decades. On it, a beige landline phone with a coiled cord, a dot matrix printer the size of a microwave, and a stack of tractor feed paper waiting in a tray. Above the desk, mounted between two fluorescent fixtures, was another analog clock twin to the one in the outer room. A low, constant roar of fans filled the space layered on top of a deeper hum from transformers and power supplies. Underneath, like a second heartbeat, I could hear the faint, rhythmic click of relays opening and closing somewhere in the racks. "This is the FEMA relay chain for this region," Laird said, as if I had asked. Your work will be limited to the transmitter and associated carrier stabilization. Got it, I said. This was familiar territory. Gear is gear, even when it's in the middle of nowhere with spooky laminated rules. He pointed out the main transmitter cabinet, a tall gray unit halfway down the left row, and the adjoining rack that handled input and control. I caught glimpses of labels as we walked. FEMA Region 3, EAS Inject RF Monitor. All of it neat, all of it printed in the same plain font, no stick-on tape, no scribbled Sharpie notes from board techs. The logbook is on the desk, he added. Log all tests by hand. Then, like an afterthought, like a box he knew he had to check, but did not particularly care about. He said, "Remember the procedures you read outside?" "Yeah," I said. "No answering weird phone calls, no reading red text, hide under the desk if your alarm goes off and run away from invisible wind." Solid plan. He just looked at me for a second, the corners of his mouth not moving enough to be called a smile, and then turned to leave. "I will be in the operations room," he said. "If you require assistance, use the intercom by the door." The door clicked shut behind him with a sound that was too definitive for a piece of hardware that small. The hum of the room settled around me like a heavy coat. I stood there for a moment, letting my ears fully map the noise fan's hum, relay ticks, the mild rattle of the duct above my head. Once you have done this kind of work for a while, you start to hear problems before you see them. No screaming bearings here, no obvious arcing, just the slightly higher than expected temperature, and the knowledge that somewhere in this tower's nerves, the carrier had been dropping under load. I set my tool bag down near the transmitter rack and did the boring part first. "Okay," I said to nobody, because talking to yourself in rooms like this is less creepy than staying totally silent. "Let's see what you're mad about." In plain terms, checking a transmitter is a lot like checking a person's vital signs. You look at how much power it is putting out, how much it is drawing, whether the incoming signal looks the way it should, or whether it has been mangled somewhere along the way. Instead of a stethoscope, you have a meter and a laptop. Instead of a pulse, you have carrier strength on a screen and voltages on copper. I opened the transmitter's front panel, careful not to bump the fans, and clipped my meter leads onto the test points. The readouts were decent. Supply rails were within tolerance, no massive sag under idle load. I followed the coax from the exciter to the main PA stages, checking connectors, feeling for hot spots. Everything looked textbook tired, not catastrophic. The carrier itself, what you actually hear as the station, was another story. I pulled up the monitor display on a small LCD tucked into the rack and watched the graph bounce. It would sit rock steady for a few seconds, then dip not enough to vanish, just enough to be noticeable if you were measuring it. Enough to kick certain downstream systems in the teeth if they were picky. "All right," I murmured. "So you're having mood swings." I worked through the usual suspects, loose terminations, flaky monitoring relays, coax with too much water in it from years of bad seals. The fans blew hot air against my face as I leaned in. Sweat pooled at the base of my neck under my collar. Behind me, the desk sat in my peripheral vision, a little island of office in a sea of hardware. The landline phone sat quiet, its red message light dark. The printer was nothing more than a beige box, its paper still neatly stacked, tractor holes lined up satisfyingly. The analog clock above it read 3:10 p.m. I was halfway through checking the connections on the input board when the printer screamed. That is the only word I have for it. If you have never heard a dot matrix printer spool up in an otherwise quiet room, consider yourself lucky. There is this mechanical shriek as the print head jerks to life and slams into motion, dragging itself across the page in little hammering steps. The whole desk vibrated like someone had kicked it. The sound knifed straight through the blanket of fan noise. I flinched hard enough to bang my elbow against the transmitter chassis. Jesus, I hissed, hand instinctively going toward my chest before I caught myself. I turned. The printer's power light glowed a steady green. The feed rollers were pulling the paper through in quick jerks, the perforated edges ticking through the guides. The print head scuttled back and forth, stamping out a block of text line by line. Little curls of warm paper smell drifted up into the already hot air. I crossed the room, rubbing my elbow, and watched as the first sheet advanced enough for me to see it. The text was in plain black, a dense block of system output, KX91B status report carrier stability test. Initiated uplink, nominal downlink, nominal transmit chain intermittent under load, recommended action, local tech diagnostic. It read like every low-level status printout I had ever seen. Boring. Reassuringly dull, even. I scanned down the lines, noting that the system itself was aware of the intermittent carrier. I would have to make sure my notes matched whatever this thing was logging, so the paper pushers would be happy. The printer stopped, paused for a half second, then jerked back to the left margin like it was winding up for something else. "Okay, you're chatty," I muttered. Another header line rolled into view, Hokithio X91B, technical output. The print head hesitated at the left side of the page. The motor made a tiny, strained sound like it was pushing against resistance. Then it started moving again. This time, the letters that appeared on the fresh line were not black. They were red. It was not even the normal red you get from a cheap ribbon. This was deeper, closer to the color of dried blood against white fabric, heavy and almost glossy as it soaked into the paper fibers. My brain did exactly what you would expect it to do in that moment. It yanked up rule number 3 from the laminated card, like a file from a cabinet. Do not read read output. Must not be read or transcribed. File face down without review. I knew that. I understood it. Some sensible part of me said, "Okay, you have identified read. Now you turn away. You let it finish. You do what the rule says." But human eyes can be traitors. The first word formed in front of me before I could stop myself. The first word, and then the second, and then the third. They were simple, blocky capitals, unmistakable, even in my peripheral vision. Dan Carter is... I blinked, looked away on reflex, but that one fragment had already slid past whatever filter the rule was supposed to give me. My own name burned there in my head in that dark red font. The printer kept going, hissing and clacking, the head jerking left to right, right to left, as the paper inched upward. I stepped back, putting the desk at arm's length, staring deliberately at the wall above the clock, at a scuff mark on the cinder block, anywhere but at the page. Don't read red text. Don't read red text. Don't ink still has smell when it is fresh, even from an old ribbon. That metallic tang deepened, mixing with the hot paper and ozone pushing its way up my nostrils. With every pass of the head, that smell seemed to grow like whatever the printer was laying down was thicker than normal. The problem is, you do not have to look straight at words for them to register. They sit at the edge of your vision like little hooks, and your brain, trained by a lifetime of reading, grabs on without asking permission. Against the blur of letters, phrases started to sharpen on their own. Is standing in front of the printer. I squeezed my eyes shut. Do not read read output, I said out loud like that would jam the process. Do not read read output, do not. The hammering stopped. The printer stuttered, then chirped once as it advanced the paper the last inch and tore along some internal edge. Silence from the machine, but the words on the page did not fall silent inside my head. At 3:12 p.m. left, hand reaches out first. I swallowed. My throat felt dry. The clock above the desk ticked faintly. I opened my eyes just enough to glance up at it. 3:12 p.m. on the dot. I told myself that was a coincidence. I told myself that if you looked at a clock enough times in one day, sooner or later, it would match something creepy. My left hand moved before I decided it should. It was a tiny motion automatic, a habit. When a printer finishes a page, you grab it. That is what your body learns after years of dealing with machines that like to spit important things onto the floor. My fingers brushed the edge of the fresh sheet, the red text still shining a little in the fluorescent light smeared under my touch. It was not like regular ink. It felt slicker, almost oily, but cold. The chill shot from my fingertip up into the pad of my thumb, a sharp, biting line that made me snatch my hand back as if I had touched bare metal in winter. A streak of red now marked my index finger, thin and wet, trailing from the first knuckle down toward my palm. For a second, stupidly, I expected it to smell like blood. It did not. It smelled like overheated plastic and old toner, like burned ribbon, and something that made my tongue prickle at the back. "Shit," I whispered. I wiped my hand on my jeans without thinking, leaving a faint pink smear on the dark fabric that I immediately wished was not there. My fingers still tingled with that unnatural cold, like the ink had sunk in deeper than skin level. I forced myself not to look at the page as I folded it over red side down and slid it into the manila folder on the lower shelf marked Calibration Output. My heart was beating too fast for such a small motion. The fans in the racks sounded louder now, pressing against my ears. I told myself it was nothing. Some over-engineered diagnostic routine. A glitchy printer driver spitting out nonsense. A coincidence of timing. But as I flexed my left hand and tried to rub the cold out of my skin, I could not shake the feeling that for a few seconds, the system had been more aware of where I was and what I was doing than any machine had any right to be. 2.2. The phone that knows my voice. I stood in the middle of the room for a few seconds after I slid that red page into the folder, flexing my left hand, like that would shake the cold out of my skin. The ink smear on my jeans had already darkened a faint bruise-colored mark I could feel even when I was not looking at it. "Get a grip," I muttered. "It's a printer, not a demon." The fans answered with their steady, indifferent roar. I went back to the transmitter rack because that was the only thing in the room that made sense. Voltage is comforting when it behaves. Coax is honest. If it is bad for a reason, not because it woke up in a mood. I hooked my meter back up, checked levels again, made a note in the logbook on the desk. Date, time, carrier, stability test, intermittent investigation, ongoing. My handwriting looked smaller than usual, the pen scratching a little too loudly on the paper. That was when the phone rang. The sound cut through everything. Not a modern electronic trill, not some polite office chirp. This was the old kind of ring, the kind you hear in movies from the 70s, metal bells hit by a physical hammer, echoing inside a plastic shell. It had weight to it. The concrete walls threw it back at me, building a second or two of reverb into each chime. It rang once, just once. A single full brang that climbed up and then decayed into the fan noise. My hand twitched halfway toward it before my brain caught up and shoved the laminated rule into my face. If the phone rings once and stops, do not answer. "Right," I said out loud, backing my hand away. One ring, no answer. I read the card. The silence afterward felt intentional. The phone sat there on the desk, beige and harmless, the coiled cord resting in a lazy loop, the red message light still dark. The analog clock above it said 3:16 p.m. I made myself turn back to the racks. Focus, I told myself. You've let a printer and a phone spook you. That's pathetic. I have worked jobs where a storm was throwing lightning at a tower so hard the static made your arm hair stand up. I have crawled under active racks in basements that smelled like mold and dead mice. None of that ever made me jump like that bell. I told myself it was the room, the isolation, the knowledge that this was a federal site and everything I did here would end up in a report somewhere with my name spelled correctly and a line for technician response. I told myself I was tired that the drive had worn me thinner than I thought. I checked the input board for the exciter tracing the signal path, with my finger noting LED states, watching for any weird modulation on the monitor display. Carrier level ramped up under test load, dipped slightly at the same intermittent intervals as before recovered. No hard faults. Somewhere something was taking little bites out of it and then spitting them back. Behind me, the room breathed, fans hummed the faint tick of the clock. The phone rang again. The first chime hit, like the last one, had a physical jolt in the chest. Brang. But this time, before the echo had fully died, there was a pause just long enough for me to think maybe it was another single, and then a second ring followed. Brang. Rule number 2 rose up in my head with ugly clarity. If it rings more than once, answer on the second ring only. Do not speak first. Respond only to direct questions. 2 rings. Second ring. Answer now. I crossed the floor before I had really decided to. The handset looked heavier than it was, a beige plastic hunk with finger-shaped wear on the sides where years of people had gripped it. The coiled cord was stiff, like it had been straightened out too many times. I picked it up on instinct as the second ring finished slotting it between my ear and my shoulder, waiting for the familiar, soft hiss of a dial tone. There was nothing. No tone, no line noise. Just silence for the length of a breath. Then came 3 sharp bursts of sound right in my ear. If you have ever heard the beginning of an emergency alert system broadcast a real one, not the smoothed-out version they stick in PS as you know that header tone. It is not the long, continuous blare that everyone associates with this is a test. It is a precise, stuttering digital squawk, 3 identical bursts of chopped data that sound like a robot coughing code. That is what came through the handset. 3 bursts. Brrrap, brrrap, brrrap. EAS header data shoved straight into my ear canal. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. After the 3rd burst, there was another beat of silence. My breath sounded too loud in the cone of plastic around my ear. I could hear my own pulse in there, a dull, wet thump, thump, thump. Then a voice spoke. Dan Carter. Just my name. 2 words. But it was not Laird's voice or some automated system or a stranger. It was me. Not like a mimic. Not similar. It was my voice, the exact tone and cadence I had used outside at the gate when I said Dan Carter into the call box. The same slight rise on the first syllable of my last name, the same tired drag underneath. Except this time it was not coming out of my own throat. It was right in my ear, so close it did not sound like it was traveling through a line at all. It sounded like someone had leaned in behind me, put their mouth next to the handset, and whispered into it at the exact same time I was holding it. Dan Carter. I did not follow the rule. I did not wait for a question. I did not listen. I did not try to pretend this was normal. I jerked the handset away from my head and slammed it down into the cradle. The plastic cracked against plastic with a sharp, hollow clack that echoed off the concrete. The bell assembly rattled inside the base. For a second, I just stood there, hand still pressed against the phone, breathing hard. The fans in the racks had become a rushing roar, like being inside a jet engine. My ear buzzed where the header bursts had hit it. The analog clock above the desk ticked over to 3:17. I stepped back from the phone, my palm slick on the handle of my tool bag. "You're losing it," I whispered. That was recorded. Has to be. Like a loop-back test. Except loop-back tests do not involve your own voice saying your own name when you are the one holding the handset. Except nothing had been plugged into that phone since I walked in here. Except according to the rules, I was supposed to assume that line was internal only. As if summoned by the thought, the speaker next to the equipment room door crackled to life. It had been dead silent since I entered. Now it produced a burst of static and a clipped version of Laird's voice. "Status," he said. The word came out, narrowed, filtered by whatever cheap intercom electronics sat behind the grill. "Report status," I swallowed. The sound of my own voice on the phone was still sitting under my skin like a residue. I said, turning toward the speaker. "Initial tests show intermittent carrier under load. No hard fault yet. I'm still tracking it," Copy Laird said. "Any alarms?" "No," I said. Then, because my mouth got ahead of the part of my brain that edits, I added, "Just the phone acting weird." A faint pause on the line. I pictured him somewhere else in the building, one hand over a button, the gray eyes pointed at some monitoring screen. "What behavior?" he asked. "It rang once, stopped," I said. Then it rang again. Twice. When I answered, I got EAS header bursts and then something else. It sounded like a recording. "The landline in the equipment room is not connected to any external trunk during routine maintenance," Laird said. He did not say it like reassurance. He said it like a statement of fact being entered into a record. "So what does it connect to?" I asked. "Internal systems only," he said. "Control signaling. It should not be generating audio traffic of any kind while you are present." "Yeah," I said. Well, it did. There was that pause again. I tried to read something in it. Concern, irritation, anything. The fan noise filled the gap instead. "You will continue your diagnostic," Laird said. "Log the event in the book. If the phone rings again, follow protocol." "Right," I said. "Second ring only, don't speak first." "Got it. Do not deviate from procedure." He added his voice, flattening even further. "Deviations complicate analysis." The intercom clicked off. I looked at the phone. It sat there in its cradle, silent and beige and dumb, as if it had spent the last minute doing absolutely nothing at all. The coil cord lay exactly as it had before, no new twists. The handset sat straight. No messages flashed. If not for the faint phantom ache in my ear and the echo of my own name whispered back at me, I could have believed I imagined the whole thing. I picked up the pen again. My hand shook a little as I opened the logbook to a fresh line under my earlier notes. 3:17 p.m. Landline rang one ring, no answer per procedure. 3:19 p.m. Landline rang two rings, answered on second ring. No dial tone. Received 3xE's header bursts, followed by unidentified audio, reported to supervisor. I did not write the part about the voice sounding exactly like mine. Some things feel safer left between you and the concrete. When I put the pen down, the cold in my left index finger pulsed once in time with the ticking of the clock. 2.3. The logbook and visitor Hollis. There is a point where you either let the weirdness take over or you smother it under paperwork. I picked paperwork. The landline sat in its cradle like it had never made a sound. The printer was quiet. My left index finger still tingled faintly where the red ink had touched it. But if I kept my hand moving, it was easier to pretend that was just nerves. The fans hummed. The racks blinked their little LEDs. The room was pretending to be normal, and I decided to play along. I went back to the laminated card first. It was still in the plastic holder outside the equipment room, hanging there like a polite threat. I stepped into the little anteroom, picked it up, and read it again from top to bottom, forcing my brain into that dry technical mode you use when you are trying not to think about the parts you cannot control. Log entries by hand. Follow landline protocol. Do not read red output. Shelter during unscheduled tones. Evacuate upon internal wind. You could argue that all of it was just federal overkill. Layer enough horror movie language onto a safety sheet and you get field techs who do not improvise. Maybe that was the point. Scare the contractor, keep the contractor obedient. Some bored policy writer in a cubicle somewhere probably thought they were clever. I stood there a little longer than necessary, letting myself build that story, feds with a fetish for compliance overcompensating for one blown site inspection by adding 10 pages of ritualized nonsense. If I could keep it in that box, I did not have to think about phones that knew my voice or printers that wrote my name in cold ink. Back in the equipment room, the logbook sat on the desk, next to the phone, thick and blue, with the site ID stamped on the cover in white. It had that weighty feel when I picked it up, years of scribbled notes pressing together like sediment. I flipped it open to the current page. The layout was simple: date, time, tech / visitor action / status. Each line was a little fossil of somebody else's day. Most of it was what you would expect. Neat all-caps engineering handwriting for the main entries, February 11th to 10/14. Tech R. Jackson, quarterly carrier stability test. Passed, February 11th to 11/03. Tech R. Jackson exciter filter replacement completed. Every now and then, somebody's personality leaked in. One tech's handwriting slanted hard to the right letters, crammed like they were trying to run off the edge of the page. Another wrote so small, you could have fit 3 notes in the same line if you were not careful. Under an entry about an HVAC inspection from last summer, someone had squeezed in parentheses, AC still sucks in tiny block letters that made me like them instantly. I turned a page back then, another letting the rhythm of dates and tests and initials lull me. There was comfort in knowing other people had stood in this same hot box and done the same boring things, logged the same parameters, cursed the same stubborn equipment. Inspection, FEMA representative, satisfactory, battery float voltage verified, within tolerance, genset run test, 30 minutes, no anomalies. Every so often the word visitor appeared instead of tech or inspector. Once it was visitor, contractor tower crew. Another time visitor, auditor initials I did not recognize. They were rare enough to stand out, but still looked normal. People came, people left. The site kept going. I worked forward again toward the present. The last line before mine was dated about 3 weeks earlier, March 2nd, 0952. Tech M. Lopez. Routine check, carrier stable. No action required. I traced the name with my thumb and tried to remember if I had met Lopez at any regional meetings. The world of people who know how to spell modulation index without thinking is small, but not that small. Then just above that, at the bottom of the previous page, I saw an entry that did not fit the pattern. Visitor Hollis J. Trans Diag, no company name, no tech in front, no inspector or agency tag, just visitor, a last name, an initial, and trans, Diag, which could have been transmitter diagnostics or transport diagnostic or some other bureaucratic shorthand. The date was almost exactly a year before today, same month, same week. The timestamp next to it read 14/29. There was a line drawn under that entry, darker and heavier than the ones elsewhere on the page, like someone had gone over it twice. Beneath the line, instead of another neat log item, there were two short sentences in more hurried handwriting. Status unresolved. Visitor excited via north door. Then on the next line in even darker strokes, the ink pressing hard enough to leave faint impressions on the page below, do not reschedule. The words do not reschedule had been underlined twice. I stared at them for a long second. Reschedule in my world usually means exactly one thing: someone missed their slot. A storm rolled in, a part did not arrive, a tech got sick, and the job that was supposed to happen today gets pushed to tomorrow or next week. You write reschedule in the notes, you call the client, you set a new date. It is annoying, but it is boring. That note did not sound like boredom. Unresolved. Visitor excited via north door. Do not reschedule. The phrasing had a finality to it that did not belong in a maintenance binder. In our language, you leave things open-ended, follow-up required pending awaiting parts. You do not stamp "do not reschedule" on a line unless you want to make absolutely sure nobody tries to put another person in that slot ever again. The laminated card floated up in my mind, rule headings in that clean sans serif font. Follow landline protocol, do not read red output, shelter during unscheduled tones. I thought of Reed at the bar in Parkersburg, squinting at his beer and talking about a friend of a friend who went up into the hills and did not come down. Procedural non-compliance, he had said. They never called him back in, Visitor Hollis. I said under my breath, tasting the name. The log gave me nothing else. No company, no initials for a supervisor's sign-off. Just that note about the north door and the warning written like somebody's hand had been shaking when they underlined it. Without meaning to, I glanced up at the analog clock over the desk. 3:11 p.m. I dropped my eyes back to the page. Unresolved. Visitor excited via north door. Do not reschedule. I ran my finger lightly under the words, not touching them, just tracing the line in the air. North door. There had been no mention of a north door in Laird's quick tour. Just the front entrance, this equipment room, the operations room. No side exits, no emergency egress maps. I wondered if Hollis had come out through a door that was not supposed to exist. I wondered if they had come out at all, or if that line was wishful thinking someone had turned into policy. My eyes snagged on the underlining again. Do not reschedule. The strokes had that slightly jagged look you get when you press too hard with a ballpoint, and your hand is moving faster than your brain. It's just an old note, I told myself. Some tech got freaked, someone escalated, and the site wrote them off. People quit mid-job all the time. People panic. But my voice sounded thin in the warm air. I was still staring at those 3 words when the clock moved. It did not tick. It jolted. The second hand, which had been dutifully hopping along its circle 1 notch at a time, blurred for a fraction of a second, and then reappeared several markers ahead. The minute hand jerked with it, jumping in a single twitching motion from the notch, past the 11 straight up to the 3. 3:11 became 3:17 between blinks. The hum of the room did not waver. The lights did not flicker. My own heartbeat seemed to lag behind by a beat, and then race to catch up, banging against my ribs. For a moment, the hands stayed there perfectly still, as if the clock was a photograph, tacked to the wall instead of a working piece of plastic. Then the second hand gave a little shudder and resumed its mechanical step, step, step from that new starting point. 3:17. I remembered the landline call the way I had written 3:17 in the log when I described the EAS header bursts and the voice. I remembered the way Laird had looked at the outer clock when it jumped from 2:02 to 2:05 and said, "You're still on time." For what exactly? I did not have time to follow that thought all the way through. It started as a vibration in my teeth. Just a faint, unpleasant buzz at the edge of hearing, like the air had suddenly gotten denser and was rubbing against itself. The fan noise seemed to dip under it, not quieter, just pushed aside. Then the sound bloomed, filling the room in a way that made it impossible to tell where it was coming from. The EAS tone is one of those noises you never forget once you have heard it at full volume. It is not a simple sine wave. It is two specific frequencies hit together in a way that makes your skin want to crawl off your bones. The long attention signal that precedes those awful monotone voices saying, "This is a test." That was the sound that flooded the equipment room. It did not come from the landline's tiny speaker. It did not come from the dot matrix printer or the intercom by the door or any visible device. It was just there, everywhere at once, vibrating in the cinder blocks, in the metal of the racks, in the enamel of my teeth. The tone rose and held merciless, pressing into my eardrums, flattening thought. Every EAS I had ever heard in my life had been preceded by something, a station ID, a voice saying, "We interrupt this program," a crawl on the bottom of a TV screen. Even in tests, there is context, a lead-up. Here there was nothing. No preamble, no header bursts, no voice. Just that blaring, room-filling tone pouring out of the walls at exactly 3:17 p.m. And the worst part was not the volume or the way it made the air feel like it was buzzing. The worst part was knowing, even as my hands went cold and my stomach lurched, that the laminated card had a specific rule for this exact moment. If an unscheduled tone is initiated, my mind grabbed the words and held them tight as the sound chewed the rest of my thoughts to static. 3.1. The tone that froze the clock. The EAS tone did not start the way it does on TV. It did not come after a polite announcer. It did not follow any station ID. It did not respect the usual sequence that my brain has been trained to expect since childhood. It hit in layers. The first layer was the header, 3 fast digital bursts that punched through the room like a fist through drywall. Brap, brap, brap. The exact same chopped noise that had come through the landline, except this time, it was not pressed against my ear. It was everywhere at once, embedded in the air. Those 3 bursts should have been followed by a pause and then the long, steady attention signal. That is the pattern. That is the way it is supposed to go. The pause never came. The header bursts seemed to smear into each other, stretching, thickening, until they melted into a single, continuous sound. The EAS siren tone, the drawn-out twin-frequency wail everybody in America associates with bad news, rose up out of them like something climbing out of a hole. It did not sound like it was coming from the little speaker over the door. It did not sound like it was coming from the phone or the racks or the tower. It sounded like it was coming from inside my skull. The concrete floor vibrated under my boots. The metal faceplates on the equipment racks shivered so faintly you would not see it unless you were staring, but I could feel it through the soles of my feet. The fillings in my teeth buzzed. My sinuses hurt. The tone pushed into the space behind my eyes and sat there heavy and insistent. Rule number 4 on the laminated card was very clear: shelter during unscheduled tones. Move under the primary console desk. Avoid viewing any monitors until the tone ceases. That rule existed for exactly this scenario. Someone at some point had written it for this sound. My body did not care. Tech instinct is a stupid, stubborn thing. When something in a room makes noise, your first reflex is to find the source. You learn to localize hums and rumbles and stray beeps. You hunt them down, you put your hand on the chassis, you decide whether they are acceptable or whether they are about to cost someone a lot of money. I did not drop to the floor. I stepped away from the desk and turned in a slow circle, squinting against a sound you cannot look at, trying to figure out where it was loudest. The problem was, it was the same volume everywhere. Up close to the racks, it did not get any sharper. By the door, it did not get any duller. I pressed the side of my head against a cabinet, then the other. The tone didn't bend or muffle like it should have if it was coming from a specific speaker. It was like the air molecules themselves had decided to vibrate in unison. "Come on," I muttered, though I could barely hear my own voice. "You can't just be." I traced the walls with my hand palm flat on the cinder block. Nothing. No obvious transducer hidden there, no subtle panel concealing some government-grade horn. The duct above my head rattled slightly, but when I climbed onto my toes and put my ear near the vent, the sound was no stronger. It was as if the room was full of invisible water, and somebody had dropped an enormous stone into it, far away. The shockwave had already reached me, and I was just standing there in the ripples looking for the stone. After maybe 20 seconds of this, a new layer pushed its way under the tone. At first, I thought it was just the harmonics of the siren changing. But when I forced myself to hold still hands on the top edge of the desk, eyes squeezed shut against the pressure, I realized it was something else. Voices. Not one voice, not a clean, crisp announcement. A stack of them piled on top of each other like pages tossed into a fan. Tens, maybe hundreds of human voices speaking at once, all running under the tone. They were stretched, warped, as if someone had taken recordings and pulled on them until the words bent. If you listened to the siren itself, you could pretend they were not there. But if you tilted your attention just off the main sound, they rose up in broken fragments. North. Door. He stayed. Don't let. I told you. Still on time. The last one made my stomach twist. The cadence was too close to Laird's earlier comment outside the equipment room. I would have given a lot in that moment to be under the desk, like the card said, eyes closed, waiting it out. But I was already standing in the open heart, hammering against the inside of my ribs, the tone pushing at me from every direction. I looked up at the analog clock. The second hand was frozen. It hung there halfway between the 2 and the 3, pointing at nothing, caught mid-tick. The minute hand sat on the 3 over the 17, exactly where it had landed when it jumped. The second hand is not supposed to do that. These cheap institutional clocks run on little step motors that hop at fixed intervals. If the battery dies, they slow, they jitter, they drift, but they do not stop at an arbitrary angle like someone hit pause. I stared at it through the vibrating air, the siren chewing at the edges of my vision. The second hand did not move. Time, according to that disk of plastic and metal, had decided 3:17 p.m. was good enough and refused to go further. The voices under the tone hissed and stretched. North door. He stayed. Don't let him. Don't let. Somewhere behind me, the dot matrix printer woke up and tried to outscream the siren. The first slam of the print head into motion made me flinch harder than the EAS tone had. It was a different frequency, a mechanical shriek that rode on top of the siren and sawed at my nerves. The desk shook. The paper feed rattled the familiar reek of heating ribbon and cheap cellulose pushed into the hot air. I turned half on reflex, half because there was something obscene about letting a machine spew out whatever it wanted while that sound poured through the room. The tractor feed paper crawled upward, the green lines and perforated edges moving in steady jerks. Black text stamped itself into the top half of the page in quick, harsh strokes. KX-91B status report. Tone detected, unscheduled. Local tech present. Land-based timing 15:17. The rest of the black looked like raw data, a flood of numbers and codes I did not have the space in my head to parse. I caught the words, "internal alert," and then the print head stuttered at the left margin. It paused. The siren drilled into my bones. The voices under it twisted up and broke apart. The air tasted like hot metal and ozone and some sour chemical I could not name. The printer started moving again. The new line that formed just below the system, gibberish bloomed in that same unnatural red as before. Rule number 3 hit my brain like a thrown wrench: do not read red output. I had already failed that rule once. Failed it hard enough that my name and my position in the room had ended up on a strip of paper in a folder written by something that should not have known either. My eyes tried to fix on the red letters anyway. It is a reflex, like glancing at a bright color on a warning sign. That part of your brain does not care what the words say. It cares that they are different. I hit myself not hard, just a sharp slap to my own cheek. "Don't," I said loud enough that my voice broke in the sound. "Don't read it." The printer did not care. The head scuttled back and forth, laying down more of that thick, glossy red. The page drooped toward the desk edge under its own weight, the bottom portion curling. I did not let myself see more than smears. I grabbed the sheet just above where the red had started pinching the still warm paper between thumb and fingers. The ink bled a little heat into my skin, but no cold this time, just the normal warmth of a machine doing work. The tractor holes tore free of the feed guides with a rough ripping sound. I yanked the page sideways before it could fully detach, snapping it along the perforation, and wadded the lower half into a tight ball without looking at it. The red ink shone through the thin white in ugly flashes as the paper crumpled. The trash can under the desk was one of those gray plastic ones you get from office supply catalogs, half full of old paper strips and an empty ribbon box. I dropped the ball of red speck printout into it, like it was something that might bite. The instant it hit the other trash, the EAS tone cut off. Not faded, not wound down. It stopped. 1 millisecond, it was there, saturating the room. The next, it was gone, leaving behind a vacuum of silence that made my ears ring with the ghost of it. The voices underneath it went with it, snuffed so cleanly, it felt like somebody had slashed an audio cable. For a heartbeat, all I could hear was the rasp of my own breathing and the dull rush of blood in my ears. The fan noise came creeping back into awareness a second later, like it had always been there, and the siren had only stepped in front of it. I dragged my gaze up to the clock. The second hand gave a single decisive twitch and resumed its tidy march around the dial. The minute hand jumped forward 1 tick. 3:18 p.m. 1 minute had passed according to that cheap piece of plastic, even though the tone felt like it had held the room hostage for much longer than 60 seconds. I wiped my palms on my jeans, feeling the faint crinkle of the red smear drying in the fabric under my left hand. For the first time since I stepped through the front door of KX91B, I had the sick, clear sense that whatever was happening in this place was not just about carrier drift or bad hardware. Something here cared about what I heard, what I read, and when I moved. And so far, I had broken every rule it had given me, except the one that told me not to look at its words. 3.2. Procedure violations. The silence after the tone cut out had weight. I stood there with my hand still hovering over the trash can, the last ghost of that siren buzzing around the inside of my skull. The room felt wrong in a new way, not just hot and loud and cramped. It felt like a conversation where someone else had just spoken and was now waiting for my answer. The intercom by the door clicked. No chime this time, no soft let-in. Just a hard little pop as the line opened and Laird's voice dropped into the room. Procedure 4 was not followed, he said. He did not sound angry. There was no raised volume, no edge. It was the tone of someone reading from a checklist and putting a neat red X in one of the boxes. My mouth went dry. I started, then stopped because rule number 2 was still rattling in my head. Don't speak first. And I had broken that one already. This wasn't the phone, though. This was the intercom. Different circuit. Different rule. Yeah, I said finally. I didn't get under the desk. There was a small pause on the line, the kind that could be someone switching windows on a computer or just blinking. Under the faint static, I thought I heard something else. Not feedback. Not room tone. A thin, weak sound, like someone breathing shallowly a long way from the mic. Unscheduled tone initiated at 15:17, Laird said. Site procedure requires immediate shelter under primary console. You remained mobile. He could not see me, but I nodded anyway, sweat cooling on the back of my neck. I tried to locate the source, I said. Reflex. I know that's not what the sheet says, but locating the source is not your function in that condition, he said. Your function is to avoid direct exposure. He said it without heat. No lecture, no sigh. Just a fact I had screwed up, and the system had logged it. A hiss of static washed through the speaker for a second, then thinned. Under it, that faint breathing came again. It could have been my imagination. It could have been air moving across the intercom grill on his end. It sounded like someone lying down. Are there medical concerns? Laird asked. The question threw me for a second. For who, I said. For you, Mr. Carter. A beat. Dizziness, nausea, disorientation, auditory after effects. I did a quick internal check, because now that he said it, my body felt like a list of error messages. My ears were still ringing, not in the high whine way you get after a concert, but in a thick, muffled way, like there was cotton packed halfway down the canal. My legs felt slightly hollow, like the floor might be a fraction of an inch further away than usual. My hands had a fine tremor if I held them out just enough to make the skin on my knuckles twitch. The fluorescent lights overhead seemed too bright and too white, their hum pulsing in a way that synced up disturbingly well with my heartbeat. I'm a little dizzy, I admitted. Ears are buzzing. I can still work. Observed effects are within expected parameters, Laird said. Continue diagnostics. Log any changes. The static swelled, then thinned again. I leaned closer to the speaker without meaning to, trying to catch that faint secondary sound. A breath, a rustle. Something. It was like listening at the edge of a crowded room and hearing only one person still moving. Who else is on site? I asked. Operations is staffed, he said, which was not an answer. Focus on your task, Mr. Carter. The intercom clicked off. I stood there for a full 10 seconds, staring at the blank metal grill, waiting for it to crackle back to life. Nothing. Just the room's own noise, the steady roar of the racks, the faint whoosh of ducted air. I should leave, I said quietly to myself. It was not a dramatic revelation. It was the simple, rational conclusion any sane person would reach after a printer that writes about you, a phone that uses your voice, an alarm tone that lives in the walls, and a supervisor who treats your non-compliance like a data point instead of a problem. Any sane person would have walked out after the first red line. Any sane person would have left when their own voice came back through a phone line that was supposedly disconnected. But I was not thinking like a sane person. I was thinking like a contractor on a federal job 3 hours from home whose company could lose its biggest account over the words, procedure violation. I was more afraid of getting blamed than of whatever that tone had been. So I went back to work. The transmitter did not care that my hands were shaking a little when I picked up the meter leads. It did not care that my hearing felt like someone had put their thumb on it and pressed. The test points were where I had left them. The coax was still warm to the touch, but not dangerously so. The carrier, when I looked at the monitor display, still dipped in exactly the same small, infuriating way every few seconds. I ran another load simulation, logging each step in the blue book with cramped, too careful handwriting. 1520, carrier load test. Intermittent drop persists. No hard fault. Tone event recorded prior. The letters wobbled slightly under my pen. I had to slow down to keep them legible. The fluorescent tubes above me buzzed in a way that did not feel random anymore. The rhythm of their flicker seemed to hook into my pulse, buzz, buzz, thump, thump, buzz, buzz, thump, thump, until I was not sure which was driving which. On the desk next to the landline, there was a plastic cup half full of water Laird had set out when we first came in. I had ignored it up to this point, more focused on hardware than hydration. Now out of the corner of my eye, I saw the surface of the water shiver. It was subtle, a tiny concentric ripple starting from one side then the other like somebody had tapped the table. Except the desk did not move. My hands were on the logbook and the meter. The printer was quiet. Nothing heavy had shifted. The ripple faded, leaving the water perfectly flat again. The fluorescent light caught a little glare off it, a small white bar floating in the clear. I stared at it, then lifted my gaze to the vent above the desk. It was a standard rectangular grill, dusty at the edges, humming faintly with the rest of the ducts. No big gusts. No sudden blast of cold or hot. Just the same low airflow as before. Behind me, on the shelf by the wall, the log papers I had been flipping through earlier gave a little shudder. One page lifted at the corner, flapped once, then settled. No one was near them. I had not moved. The air did not feel any different against my skin. The movement was small enough that you could have blinked and missed it. But once you see a piece of paper move on its own, in a room where internal wind is literally a rule trigger, you do not unsee it. Internal wind, I said under my breath. Evacuate if movement is inconsistent with HVAC operation. The laminated card might as well have been whispering in my ear. The dizzy feeling nudged at me again, the floor tilting by a degree or two, and then straightening. A soft throbbing started at the base of my skull, not quite a headache, more like a warning that one was on its way. I rubbed at my temple with the back of my hand and felt how slick my skin was. I needed something to anchor myself, something concrete. My fingers brushed against the edge of plastic in my pocket. I had tucked the site procedures card in there after rereading it in the anteroom, a habit from a dozen other locations where it helps to have the rules on you instead of on a wall. I pulled it out now, thinking I would go through them one more time and reassure myself that yes, there was still some rational framework around all this. The card did not feel the same as before. The lamination, which had been smooth and stiff earlier, was slightly warped now, as if someone had held it over a stove burner for a few seconds, or left it in a freezer and then bent it too fast. Tiny waviness ran across the surface, catching the light in distorted lines. I turned it in my hand. The text was all still there, the same 5 rules in their neat black font. Log entries by hand. Follow landline protocol. Do not read red output. Shelter during unscheduled tones. Evacuate upon internal wind. At the bottom, beneath a thin black border I did not remember noticing before, was a block of smaller text. I could have sworn it was blank earlier, or maybe I just had not read that far down. Now though, there were words there, crisp and dark. Failure to comply may result in loss of contractor access. Repeat, violations will not be rescheduled. The phrase "will not be rescheduled" was in a slightly heavier weight. Not bold exactly, but thicker. The letters had the same pressed-in look as the "Do Not Reschedule" line in the logbook, as if someone had put more pressure on the keys when they typed them. I brought the card a little closer to my face. The lamination bulged very slightly over that line, like the ink underneath had swelled after it was sealed. When I ran my thumb across it, the plastic didn't feel raised or indented, but there was a faint temperature difference, a tiny patch of cool where the rest of the card was warm from my grip. I glanced back at the logbook on the desk at the entry for visitor Hollis J. At that double underlined "Do Not Reschedule." Then back at the card where "Will Not Be Rescheduled" stared up at me from the fine print. I had the absurd thought that the site was learning its own language, that the reminder in the log had somehow migrated into the rule sheet, upgraded from a note in a binder to a formal line in the procedures. The fluorescent lights flickered once, a quick, sharp blink, and steadied. I slid the card back into my pocket, feeling the warped plastic catch against the lining. For the first time since I got to KX91B, I had the very clear sense that I was not just violating procedures in a vacuum. Something here was watching when I broke them. Something was keeping score. 3.3. The first internal wind. By the time I decided to leave, I had already run out of excuses to stay. The transmitter had passed every test I knew how to throw at it. Carrier levels were stable under simulated load. The exciter chain looked clean. Voltages were good. Whatever intermittent drop had shown up on whoever's remote logs was either hiding or had already been corrected by the part of the system that had decided to scream in my ear. I wrote the last line in the logbook with a hand that did not quite feel like it belonged to me. 1532. Carrier tested under load, stable, no further anomaly observed. I closed the book and set the pen on top of it, both actions sharper than they needed to be. The plastic cup on the desk still held its half-inch of water, now perfectly still. The phone was quiet. The printer sat with its feeder tray half full, the torn edge where I had yanked out the red section hanging a little uneven. The trash can under the desk held the crumpled ball of paper I did not want to think about. "That's it," I said to nobody. My voice sounded thin and dry in the warm air. "You did the job. You logged the job. You don't owe this place anything else." The fluorescent lights hummed back at me, steady and indifferent. I picked up my tool bag and slung the strap over my shoulder. The weight of it was familiar, comforting in a way. Tools do not lie. They are either in the bag or they are not. They either work or they do not. I took one last glance at the transmitter rack, checking for any blinking red LEDs, any last-second alarms that might give me a legitimate reason to stay. Nothing. Just a wall of green and amber. I moved to the door. The equipment room door was heavy steel, painted the same off-white as the walls, with a simple push handle and a mechanical closer at the top. I wrapped my right hand around the handle fingers, curling over cool metal, and paused. It was the kind of pause you take out of habit in this line of work. Mental checklist before you cross a threshold. Did you leave anything energized that should be off? Did you leave a panel, open a tool on top of a cabinet? A cable half disconnected? I turned my head for one last look. The racks, the desk, the analog clock frozen in its own sort of normal at 3:32, now second-hand, ticking forward, as if nothing unusual had ever happened here. The trash can with its mound of paper. The procedures card flexing slightly in my pocket when I shifted my stance. I almost convinced myself it had all been stress and imagination and a little bit of RF-induced paranoia. Then the wind started. It did not come from the vent. If you have ever been in a sealed room when a big HVAC unit kicks on, you know that feeling, air suddenly spilling from a grill a low rush, a change in temperature you can point to. This was not like that. This did not have a source. This arrived. The first thing I noticed was the sound. A hollow, rushing noise rolled through the room, low and rounded like air being pulled through a length of metal pipe somewhere behind the walls. It was not loud in the way the siren had been. It was almost gentle, a ghost of a draft, but it had a weird resonance to it that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Every loose piece of paper in the room responded. The top sheet of the logbook flipped partially up, then slapped back down. A couple of old status printouts on the shelf behind the desk lifted and fanned themselves like they were taking a shallow breath. The tractor feed paper in the printer tray rose an inch, hanging there for a fraction of a second, as if something had gotten underneath it, then settled back, the perforations rustling softly in the guides. I tightened my grip on the door handle. The air around my ankles went cold. Not a little cooler. Not, oh, the air conditioning is on. This was sharp, like stepping into a puddle of meltwater in your socks. A narrow band of freezing temperature wrapped itself around my lower legs just above the tops of my boots and slid upward slowly, like someone had poured liquid nitrogen across the floor and it was rolling along the tile. The sensation was not even either. It did not feel like air moving past my skin. It felt like fingers. A thin line of chill traced across the front of my shins, then around the back of my calves, circling them. It tightened for a heartbeat, a cold pressure just above the bone, and then kept moving, rising toward my knees. I could not help it. I flinched and shuffled backward, bumping my shoulder against the door, the metal thunking softly behind me. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay. Internal wind. That's what this is." Rule number 5 did not bother with nuance. Evacuate upon internal wind. Exit the room, close the door, report to the supervisor. Do not re-enter until given express clearance. For once, I was on the same page as the procedure. The cold reached the back of my knees and then dissolved, leaving a lingering ache in the joints, like I had been kneeling on concrete for too long. The hollow rushing sound faded, not all at once, but like someone was slowly turning down a fader. The papers settled. The tractor feed stack lay flat again. The cup of water on the desk stopped rippling and went mirror still. I swallowed my throat, working around air that tasted like dust and metal and something faintly sweet like freezer-burned ice. My hand was still on the handle, knuckles white. I pushed. The door opened onto the anteroom with the bulletin board and the folding chair and the other analog clock, the one that had jumped from 2:02 to 2:05 when I first got here. Its hands now read 3:33. The second hand ticked along as usual. The air outside the equipment room was cooler than inside, but not freezing. It had that same dry, filtered quality, but without the extra layer of rack heat. No wind, no hollow pipe noise, just the quiet hum of the fluorescent fixtures. I stepped out and let the door swing mostly shut, holding it with my fingertips until it thudded gently into the frame. The urge to slam it was strong, but some stubborn part of me wanted to pretend everything I was doing was still within the margins of normal professional behavior. The intercom call box was mounted on the wall beside the equipment room door, a simple beige rectangle with a button and a grill. I hit the button with my thumb. "Yeah," I said. My voice came out rougher than I intended. Supervisor, I think I just had your internal wind condition." There was a short burst of static, and then Laird's voice came through, clipped and calm. "Describe," he said. "In the equipment room," I said. "No change at the vent." Papers lifted, printer feed moved, cold air at floor level localized, not following duct pattern. I looked down at my legs as if I would see frost on my jeans. It felt targeted. Another pause. I thought I heard that faint breathing again, a soft, uneven inhale somewhere on his end. "Internal wind event," he said. "Confirmed. You have vacated the room." "Yeah," I said. "I'm in the outer hall." "Do not re-enter," he said. "Proceed to the north exit." I frowned at the wall. "The what?" I said. "North exit," he repeated. "Third door on your left from current position, marked as service egress. You will exit there and await further instruction." I turned slowly, scanning the hallway. Directly in front of me on the opposite wall was the bulletin board with its faded safety posters and a neatly printed emergency contact list. To the left past, that was the door to storage I had seen earlier than the one labeled battery room. Farther down toward the front of the building, the main entrance, there was no third door on the left between here and there. There never had been. I was sure of it. This hallway was short. I had walked it 3 times. 2 doors bulletin board front. "There is no north exit here," I said. "You are currently in the anteroom outside the equipment enclosure," Laird said, as if reading my coordinates off a map. "From your position facing away from the equipment room, there should be 3 doors on the left-hand side. Storage, battery, north exit. Use the third." I turned fully facing the direction he meant and counted again. Storage, battery, and a third door that had not been there before. It was narrow. That was the first thing I noticed. Maybe 2.5 feet wide, tucked into the stretch of wall where I knew there had been nothing but painted cinder block an hour ago. If you had not been looking directly at it, you could have missed it. The jamb was flush with the wall. The paint matched perfectly the same dull off-white. No label, no safety placard. No exit sign overhead. The handle was different from the others too. Where storage and battery room had standard silver knobs, this door had a vertical bar handle, the kind you see on the inside of commercial fire exits. A small metal plate the color of old nickel sat where a lock cylinder should be blank and unmarked. My brain tried to find a rational route first. Maybe I had missed it earlier. Maybe I had been too focused on the equipment room to notice a narrow, unlabeled door in my peripheral vision. Maybe the light had hit that section of wall in a way that made the seams invisible. But the skin between my shoulder blades crawled, and the part of me that had trusted the layout of this hallway could not reconcile what I remembered with what I was seeing. "North exit is now available," Laird said in my ear. "Use it. Do not return to the equipment room." "Now available," I repeated, barely above a whisper. The laminated procedures card flexed again in my pocket as I shifted my weight. The words, "Do not reschedule," pressed against my thigh like a label. I took a slow step toward the new door. The vinyl tile under my boots creaked faintly, a sound I had not heard from it before. The fluorescent fixtures buzzed overhead, light pooling on the wall in a way that seemed to blur the edges of the frame until I got closer. Up close, the paint on the door did not quite match the wall. It was the same color, but it was fresher, the surface smoother, fewer roller marks. If someone had installed this recently, they had done an unnervingly good job hiding it. I reached out with my left hand. The bar handle was the kind of industrial metal that should have been the same temperature as the air. It was not. My fingers closed around it and flinched back at the same time. The metal was ice cold, the kind of cold that sticks to your skin if you hold it too long. Pins and needles shot into my knuckles, up into the tendons of my hand. Behind the door, there was nothing. No sound of a stairwell, no hum of another corridor. Just a dense, expectant quiet pressing against the thin metal sheet. I stood there with my hand hovering an inch away from the handle, my breath fogging just slightly in the air in front of me, even though the hallway itself did not feel that cold. I had no idea whether that door led to a stairwell, a short path to fresh air, or the same north exit Hollis had taken before the logbook wrote them off. I wrapped my fingers around the freezing metal again anyway. and paused with the latch just beginning to give under my hand, not entirely sure what side of it I was on anymore. 4.1. The door that wasn't there before the metal bar bit into my fingers with that freezer burn kind of cold. And for a second, all I could think about was getting my hand off it. I let go, shaking out my fingers, flexing them until the pins and needles receded. When I looked back at the door, something was different. I know how that sounds. Something was different is one of those vague phrases people use when they are trying to make a story sound spookier. But I swear to you, as carefully as I can swear about anything, from that night, the hardware had changed. The first time I looked at that door, there had been a push bar, a vertical handle like you see on the interior side of fire exits. Now there was nothing to grip. The door was still there, narrow painted to match the wall, but where my hand had just been, there was only a flat metal plate about the size of my palm, and just beneath it, a small round keyhole. No bar, no latch, no lever, just blank metal and that single dark circle. Either I had misseen it in the first place, or the door was not interested in giving me options. I stepped a little closer, close enough to see my own distorted reflection in the brushed surface of the plate. The fluorescent light overhead stretched my face into pale stripes, eyes too long and hollow in the metal. The paint around the frame was fresh, no question. You could see where the roller marks changed direction around the jamb, a subtle texture difference that disappeared a foot away from the edges. It was like someone had installed this thing last week and then done an above-average job pretending it had always been there. I put the side of my head against the door just above the plate and listened. The wind was louder on this side. Not the hollow whoosh from the equipment room, not exactly. This was deeper with more body to it, as if there was a large open space on the other side. The sound rolled around in there, layered with the faint metallic resonance of air moving past ribs of steel or through big ducts. If you have ever stood in the stairwell of a high-rise during a storm and listened to the way the wind plays with the building, you know the feel. It sounded like that, except there was no storm outside. The sky had been clear when I drove in. No rain on the roof, no branches scratching the windows. Only here, pressed against this unlabeled door in a hallway that had not had a door an hour ago, there was wind. Underneath it, so far down, I thought I might be imagining it was a sound that made my stomach clench. The tone, not full blast, not the room-filling scream from the equipment room. A ghost of it, a faint, double-noted whine that fluttered at the edge of hearing, like someone was running a test pattern 2 floors down, trying it at a lower volume, easing it up and down like they were tuning an instrument. It should have been comforting to file it away as probably a test in some other part of the building. That is what I would have told a client if they were standing here asking me what they were hearing. You're just catching a little bleed from another system. Nothing to worry about. But the laminated card in my pocket did not have a rule about ignore faint tones. It had a rule about internal wind and north exits. And my logbook had an entry about someone named Hollis exiting via a north door and never being rescheduled. I stepped back, letting my head thump lightly against the painted cinder block opposite the door. The impact was small, but it helped a tiny jolt of pain to cut through the noise in my head. I had 2 choices, and neither one felt good. Option 1, follow the procedure. Trust the card. Trust Laird. Trust that the door that had not been there when I arrived was now a legitimate north exit, and that whatever art project the wind and the tone were working on behind it was something I needed to move toward, not away from. Open it, step through, play the obedient contractor. Option 2, trust my gut. Ignore the new door, turn my back on Laird's directions, and walk to the main entrance I had actually watched him unlock with a key. The one with the view of the gravel lot and my van. The one I knew led outside because I had come in through it. Brake procedure again. Add another line to whatever invisible list he was keeping. Risk being labeled non-compliant in a place where "do not reschedule" felt like it meant more than "he's fired." I thought about my boss, about Stark Mechanical's contract with FEMA, about the constant warnings in our safety trainings. Federal work is all about repeat business. Don't give them a reason to call someone else. I thought about how long the drive home was and how hard it is to find this kind of steady work once someone puts the word "problematic" next to your name. I also thought about Hollis. Unresolved. Visitor exited via north door. Do not reschedule. I had never met them, never heard their voice, never seen their face. But the way someone had carved those words into the logbook ink made it feel like their choice was still alive in the building. Like opening this door would put my foot into the same footsteps. I leaned toward the metal again, just enough to confirm I was not making it up. The wind murmur was still there. The faint flutter of the tone under it had gotten, if anything, a little clearer. Not louder, exactly more. Focused. Like someone on the other side had turned their attention this way. "You're a coward," I told myself. "You're scared of a painted door." Maybe so. There is a difference, though, between being a coward and being stupid. Protocol existed for a reason. So did instincts. When those two things disagree, you have to decide which version of yourself you like better, the one that gets an A+ on the written rules, or the one that keeps breathing. I took my hand off the wall. "Screw your north exit," I said so quietly I doubt the intercom could have picked it up even if it had been listening. "I know where the front door is." I turned away from the narrow door and walked down the hallway toward the main entrance. It was not a dramatic sprint. I did not tear off in a panic. I walked at what I told myself was a normal pace tool bag, knocking against my hip boots, making small, sticky sounds on the vinyl tile. That was a lie, though. My stride was too stiff. My shoulders were too tight. Every step felt like it was happening 2 seconds ahead of me, like I was watching myself leave on a slightly delayed feed. The wind sound followed me for the first 3 steps, rising just a little in volume as my back turned. The temperature around my legs held steady at that too cold band for another 2. By the time I passed the battery room door, the cold was thinning. I hit the corner where the hallway widened into the little vestibule by the main door, and the wind cut off. I do not mean it faded gradually. It stopped. One instant, there was that hollow rushing layered with the faint echo of the tone. The next, there was just the soft hum of building air and the buzz of fluorescence. It was exactly like closing a car door on a highway slam, and the outside world downs to a whisper. My ears rang in the absence, a tiny high whine trying to fill the hole the wind and the tone had left. The main entrance looked exactly like it had when I came in. Same institutional metal frame, same push bar, same narrow pane of safety glass, showing a slice of the gravel lot and the base of the tower outside. The sky beyond was slipping from late afternoon into early evening, that ugly winter gray blue that always reminds me of old bruises. I put my hand on the bar, testing it gently. Solid. Normal room temperature metal. No freezer burn. Some part of me expected resistance, a locked mechanism, a deadbolt thrown remotely by some system that had watched my decision. The bar depressed under my palm with a familiar soft click, and the door eased outward an inch, letting in a thin thread of genuinely fresh air, cold, and carrying the smell of pine and diesel. I did not step through it. Not yet. Instead, for reasons I still cannot fully explain, I turned my head and looked back down the hall. The anteroom stretched away at its usual modest length. Equipment room door on the right. Storage farther down on the left, then battery room. Bulletin board, blank wall, no third door. The narrow north exit that had just been there, metal plate, keyhole, cold handle, and all was gone. The wall where it had sat a minute ago was unbroken, the same painted cinder block scuffed at ankle height, where things had been bumped into it over the years, faint pencil line, where someone had once sketched a measurement and then half-heartedly erased it. No fresh paint rectangle, no outline of a frame, no patch marks. Nothing. If you had walked into the building for the first time right then, and I had told you there was a door there 5 minutes earlier, you would have smiled politely and blamed my nerves. I stood in the vestibule, one hand on the main exit, the other tightening around the strap of my tool bag, and did the math in my head. Either the building had just rewritten itself in front of me, or I had hallucinated an entire exit complete with sound, cold metal, and a supervisor's instructions. Neither answer felt good. The wind outside gusted once, rattling the glass, and then stilled. Behind me, the empty wall where the north door had been seemed to watch. 4. 2. Seeing Laird properly. The main door opened into a shallow box of a space tile floor glass, on 3 sides metal frame around everything. A cheap vestibule just wide enough for 2 people to pass each other if they turned sideways. Outside the gravel lot sat flat and empty the tower shouldering up against the winter sky, aviation light winking red in the gray. Inside that box between me and the parking lot stood Laird. He was facing the door like he had known to the second when I would push it open. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other through the thin rectangle of safety glass. His expression did not change. No surprise. No, oh good, you made it out. Just those pale gray eyes fixed on me like he was checking a piece of equipment in his peripheral vision. I stepped through the inner door, letting it ease shut behind me with a puff of warmer air. The vestibule was colder, the kind of cold that comes from glass and metal and not much insulation. The smell shifted too, less ozone and dust, more wet concrete, and the faint tang of diesel from the lot. You used the wrong exit, he said. Same voice, same flat, even tone. No accusation in it, no anger, just a notation, fact-logged, box ticked. I stopped about 5 feet from him, the length of the vestibule, close enough to see him clearly under the buzzing strip of fluorescent overhead. I had not really looked at him before, not properly. At the gate, he had been a silhouette under a floodlight clipboard and jacket, another overworked site supervisor doing a night shift. In the corridor, I had been more focused on the laminated card than his face. Now, with only the glass door to the lot behind him and the interior door at my back, there was nowhere else for my eyes to go. Everything was almost right. The pieces were all there. Gray hair cut short. Weathered face, the kind you see on men who spend their time between offices and sheds. Facilities jacket with the site logo stitched over the breast. ID badge hanging from a lanyard. The lines around his mouth suggested someone who frowned more than he smiled. None of that would have made me look twice in a Walmart. But the distances were wrong. His eyes were a fraction too far apart. Not enough for you to point at it immediately, just enough that when you tried to meet his gaze, you had trouble deciding which one to commit to. The pupils did not quite track together either. One seemed to fix on me a hair sooner than the other, then adjust. His nose sat a little too high on his face, the bridge not quite lining up with the center of his mouth. Speaking of which, the mouth moved a half beat off from the words it was supposedly making. I would not have noticed that if we had been in a louder room. But in the vestibule, with only the weak hum of one fluorescent strip and the faint thrum of the tower outside, I could hear every syllable very clearly and see every ripple in his skin. The audio and the video did not sync. You should have exited via the north door, he said. This constitutes a deviation from Procedure 5. His lips closed on North a fraction of a second before the TH sound landed. The corners of his mouth lifted minutely on deviation after the vowel had already passed. It was like watching a badly dubbed movie where the voice actor is almost but not quite in time with the footage. Up close, his skin did not sit right either. Faces have a certain tension to them, muscles pulling under the surface skin, anchored at the cheekbones, jaw-brow. On Laird, there was a softness out of place for a man his age. When he turned his head, the slightest degree the skin seemed to lag, and then catch up, sliding over the bone a millimeter to the side before settling. Not drooping, not sagging, shifting. I realized I was staring and forced myself to look away, just for a second, at the lot behind him. My van sat where I had left it. No new tire tracks in the gravel. The tower was still there. The aviation beacon blinked red, white, red in its slow cycle. The sky had gone darker, the kind of flat slate you get before full night. In every way that counted, the outside world looked normal. I looked back at Laird and decided the outside world was not my main problem. He tilted his head a fraction to one side, the skin on his neck following an instant late like a shirt collar that needed adjusting. "You interacted with restricted output," he said. "Procedure 3, do not read red print system lines. Violated." He said the word violated without any emphasis, just a label like open or closed. "You failed to shelter during an unscheduled tone," he continued. Procedure 4, you remained upright and mobile inside the equipment enclosure. Violated. Each sentence came out like a separate recording, clipped and clean with exactly the same microsecond of static before and after. No breaths, no throat clears, no little human pauses while he thought of how to phrase something. "You exited upon internal wind," he said, "but you did not exit via the designated egress." Procedure 5, violated. My jaw clenched. "I still exited," I said. "I left the room, I left the hallway. I'm here, aren't I? That has to count for something." The words sounded defensive even to me, like a kid arguing over late homework. I half expected him to sigh or rub his eyes or do any of the little human gestures bosses use when they are trying not to yell. He did none of those things. "You used the wrong door," he repeated. "Using incorrect exit vectors complicates tracking." The phrase exit vectors made my skin crawl. That is not how normal people talk about walking down a hall. I opened my mouth to ask what exactly they were tracking, then closed it again. Behind my own words, behind the anger, there was a thin, quivering line of fear. Not so much of him as of the realization that I might be arguing with something that did not care about my reasoning at all. "You're very concerned about compliance," I managed instead. "But your north door vanished the second I chose not to use it." He blinked slowly. The timing of the eyelids was off too. The left dropped a fraction before the right. "North exit is conditional," he said. "It is available when needed. You refused it." I thought of the logbook. Visitor Hollis J. Trans Diag unresolved. Visitor exited via north door. Do not reschedule. "You keep saying that like it is a problem for you," I said. "What happened to the last person you sent that way, Hollis?" For the first time, something about his face changed that was not a mechanical adjustment. The corners of his mouth twitched, almost like he was trying to remember how to form a new shape. It was not a smile. It was not a frown. It was the facial equivalent of static. "Visitor Hollis did not exit via any door," he said. The words dropped into the vestibule like a stone into a shallow pool. I stared at him. "That's not what the log says I said," before I could talk myself out of it. "The log records cite intent," he replied. "Not all intentions result in exit." His lips were still a fraction behind the audio, still making the wrong shapes at the wrong times. The skin over his cheekbones slid a little and then settled. So that was it then. Someone had written down what was supposed to happen. The building had disagreed. Hollis had gone somewhere, just not out. A thin, cold line traced down my spine as if the remaining internal wind had decided to migrate. I forced my gaze away from his face, needing to anchor on something that did not move wrong. There was another clock, mounted high on the vestibule wall near the ceiling, just above the glass of the outer door. Same institutional design as the others, white face, black numbers, jumpy little second hand. When I had come in earlier, I had glanced at it. It had matched the outer hall clock, 3 o'clock something p.m. Now, after equipment tests and tones and printers and internal wind, it should have been closing in on late afternoon, if not full evening. The analog hands said 2:40. I froze my eyes, locking on the dial. The second hand hopped neatly from one tick mark to the next, right on schedule, but the big hand sat on the 8 and the little one between the 2 and the 3. 2:40. It jumped back, I said, half to myself. That's wrong. You have been in the equipment enclosure for 22 minutes, Laird said. Sight time reflects that. 22 minutes. According to my own mental math, I had been in that room for close to an hour and a half. Maybe more. Enough time for tests, for calls for tones that felt like they lasted forever. I watched it hit 3:33, I said. In there. The clocks inside the enclosure are not always synchronized with sight time, he said. They record other metrics. So which one is real, I asked. He tilted his head again, skin dragging a little over the joints. When he spoke, his voice did not sound like a man making a judgment. It sounded like an answering machine playing back a stored option. Sight time is sufficient, he said. You are still on schedule. Behind him, through the glass, the tower beacon flashed red, then dark, then red again, marking off some other version of seconds in the darkening West Virginia sky. 4.3. The tower blinks. 323. Laird stepped aside like a sliding door, giving me a clear line to the outer handle. Log your departure in the book before you leave the property, he said. Departure times are part of the record. His mouth formed the word record half a beat after I heard it. The skin at his jaw shifted, then settled. I did not answer him. If I opened my mouth again in that vestibule, I was afraid something else might come out, panic or laughter or the kind of anger that gets you written up in more reports than a missed log entry ever would. So I just pushed the bar, let the outer door swing open, and stepped into the cold. The air outside hit me like a wall. It was not the freezer burn cold from around my ankles in the equipment room. This was normal winter cold, wet and honest, and full of tree smell. The kind that cuts through the chemical funk of old HVAC and fried electronics and reminds you there is still a world beyond cinder block walls. I sucked in a breath that tasted like damp leaves and distant wood smoke and let the door ease shut behind me with a dull clunk. The noise was swallowed almost immediately by the huge patient space of the lot and the woods beyond. Gravel crunched under my boots as I walked away from the building. The FEMA relay site looked smaller from out here. A low concrete block rectangle, windowless, with a handful of metal doors and a narrow strip of gravel around its base. No smoke from any vents, no silhouettes in any windows, because there were no windows. Just a dumb, heavy box pretending to be asleep. The tower did not pretend. It rose straight up out of the concrete pad at the far edge of the compound, a lattice of steel disappearing into the low clouds. Guy wires stretched out in 3 directions, anchored in concrete blocks at the perimeter fence, humming faintly when the wind shifted. Climbing pegs marched up one leg of the structure in a straight line, each one catching a little bit of the fading light. The aviation beacon near the top blinked red in its steady FAA-approved pattern. Blink. Dark. Blink. Dark. There was a second light lower down midway up the tower, a kind of secondary marker, and a third closer to the base. All three had been in sync when I pulled in earlier, flashing together like a heartbeat. Now, as I walked across the lot toward my van, I realized only two of them were staying on script. The top beacon and the lowest one near the shelter point blinked their calm metronome red. The middle light, maybe 80 or 90 feet up, was off when it should have been on. I slowed, breath clouding in front of me, the tool bag strap digging into my shoulder. The middle lamp woke up on its own rhythm. Flash, 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 pause, flash, flash, pause, flash, flash, flash. I stopped walking. The top and bottom beacons kept their normal beat on, off, completely ignoring whatever the middle one thought it was doing. In the dimming sky, the stacked patterns turned the tower into a kind of slow-motion signal lamp. 3 short red pulses, a gap, 2 pulses, another gap, 3 again, 3, 2, 3. The pattern held for 1 full cycle at that odd timing. Then the middle beacon fell back into sync with the others, blinking its obedient on-off, like it had never done anything else. If I had not been looking directly at it, I could have chalked it up to a fluke, bad bulb, dirty contact, momentary power dip. Things flicker. It is what they do. But I had been staring straight at it. The timing had been too clean, the spaces too, even the symmetry too deliberate. 3, 2, 3. Behind me, somewhere in the concrete box, a fan shifted pitch. The sound was faint, just a small mechanical sigh in the sea of quiet. The lot itself had its own noises if you listened long enough. The wind slipped through the trees at the edge of the fenced perimeter, making a soft hiss in the pines. Now and then, a gust pushed a little harder, and the guy wires answered with a low metallic hum, like someone running a finger around a giant glass. Every few seconds, the tower's steel ribs creaked just enough to remind the world they were under load, flexing minutely as the air moved past. I realized I was holding my breath. I forced my eyes away from the blinking middle beacon and looked back at the building. No one came out after me. No silhouettes in the doorway. No Laird stepping into the frame to call me back inside. The entrance was just a dark rectangle in the wall, its push bar on the inside, its weather stripping warped in one corner where years of wind had worked on it. "Log your departure," I muttered, mocking his echo. "Yeah, sure, I'll get right on that." My legs felt heavier than they should have as I closed the last few yards to the van. The crunch of the gravel under my boots sounded too loud in the open space, each step snapping in my ears like a broken bone. The van sat exactly where I had parked it, white paint dull under a thin layer of dust. Stark mechanical logo on the side door, ladders clamped to the rack. The windshield reflected the tower behind me, tiny red beacons blinking in the glass. I wrapped my fingers around the driver's side handle. The metal was cold, but normal cold. The kind my skin understood. I pulled and the door seal let go with that familiar rubbery pop. The dome light flicked on, bleached and weak after the pure white assault of the fluorescence inside the building. I was halfway into the seat when the phone buzzed. The vibration came through Lair's denim jacket plastic. I froze with one knee on the floorboard and one foot still in the gravel. My personal cell was in my right front pocket, but I had not touched it since I arrived. Laird had watched me put it in a cloudy, reused Ziploc bag at the front gate. Airplane mode on screen, dark, sealed in cheap plastic shoved into my jeans like contraband. This far out there should not have been any signal to work with, even if airplane mode had slipped. The radio quiet zone around this part of West Virginia is not just a suggestion. It is one of the few rules of the universe I still believe in. The phone buzzed again. 3 short pulses. Buzzees, 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 pause. 2, buzzees, buzzees, pause. 3, buzzees, buzzees, buzzees. 3, 2, 3 against my thigh, pressed through the texture of the bag and the cloth and the skin beneath. My hand hovered over the pocket without quite making contact. It is amazing how quickly your brain writes new rules when you are scared. A day earlier, if my phone had buzzed while I was getting into my van, I would have pulled it out without thinking, thumb already swiping half my attention on the screen before my body was fully seated. Now, with the taste of that siren still ghosted on my tongue and the memory of the printer's red ink under my skin, I could not make myself move that last inch. Airplane mode, I said, as if speaking the words out loud might make the vibration stop. You can't do that. There's nothing to grab onto out here. The phone did not care. The pattern ran itself out once, then again, each time the same 3 short shivers, pause, 2, pause, 3. Not overlapping, patient. Like someone on the other end was giving me a chance to answer between rounds. Up on the tower, the middle beacon blinked in perfect harmony with the rhythm I was feeling in my leg. Flash, flash, flash. Pause. Flash, flash, pause. Flash, flash, flash. All 3 lights fell back into sync again after that, as if nothing had happened. The buzzing stopped. The sudden absence of motion in my pocket felt as loud as any alarm. I stayed half and half out of the van for another long breath, cold air sliding past my face, cutting the smell of stale fast food wrappers and coffee grounds in the cab. The gravel under my left boot shifted a tiny crunch. Slowly, like I was reaching toward a hot stove, I slid my hand into my pocket and touched the corner of the Ziploc bag. The plastic crackled faintly under my fingers. The phone inside was warm in a way that did not match the air, not hot like an overworked battery, just aware. The screen remained dark through the milky film. No glow, no notification icon. I did not take it out. Whatever message had just been sent, whether from Lucas or the office or some nameless process that now knew my name, and my heartbeat could wait until I had a couple 100 miles of asphalt and steel and distance between me and KX-91B. I pulled my hand back, shut the van door, and locked it out of pure muscle memory. The tower's top beacon blinked red in the fading light, steady as a metronome. For the moment at least, it had decided to pretend it was just a tower again. 5.1, the email and the canceled alert. By the time I made it off the ridge, the sky had turned into one long bruise. The access road spat me back onto the county route with a little fishtail of gravel. The van's headlights clawed at the dark, throwing skinny cones of light down the 2-lane as it curved through the trees. The Greenbank quiet zone swallowed the radio. Every station I tried was just static and faint ghosts of voices like the world had decided to whisper. Millstone came and went in about 30 seconds. The welcome to Millstone, home of the Bulldog sign, flashed in the beams, the Bulldog mascot half peeled off from too many winters. The diner on the corner was dark, open sign, unlit, blinds down. The Dollar General was still on a rectangle of hard white light in the middle of nowhere, a couple of pickups angled in the half-frozen lot. Christmas lights sagged along one porch, half the Strand dead. Tiny white flecks started tick-ticking against the windshield somewhere past the post office. Not real snow, yet not the kind that piles, just flurries blown sideways by the first serious wind of the night. The wipers smeared them into translucent streaks and squeaked at the far edge of their arc. I watched the speedometer settle a little under the limit and let it stay there. The ridge in the mirror shrank to a darker line against the rest of the dark. The tower was gone from view, the aviation beacons blocked by trees and curves. For the first time since the tone hit, I was physically out of the site's shadow. You would think that would make it easier to breathe. It didn't. The whole drive down my right thigh felt like it still remembered the phone buzzing through the plastic and denim, even though it sat quiet and heavy against my leg. There's a kind of phantom sensation you get after a bad shock, the way your hand tingles for hours after touching an electric fence. This was like that, but inside the pocket. I did not touch it. The radio finally caught something halfway between Millstone and the interstate, a weak country station leaking in from who knows where. I left it there, the singer's drawl and pickup truck rhymes filling the cab, anything to drown out the memory of the siren tone that had gotten inside my teeth. 10-15 miles down, I saw the hardware store. It sat off a wide bend in the road, a low cinder block building with a sagging AC sign half unbolted from the facade. The front windows were clouded with dust. The big lot out front was mostly empty, cracked asphalt full of weeds and potholes, a single yellow parking line still visible here and there under the grime. Last time that space had been useful, someone had parked rows of F-100s and old Chevys there on Saturday mornings. Now it was just a big, forgotten rectangle of no one cares. I signaled out of habit even though there was nobody behind me and rolled into the lot tires, crunching over chunks of broken pavement. The van bumped once, twice, then settled. I put it in park and sat there a second with my hands still on the wheel. If anything from that place was going to follow me, it would follow me through the phone. Better to find out now, I told myself, in a dead parking lot next to a dark building than halfway down I-77 at 70 miles an hour. The Ziploc bag crinkled when I dug it out of my pocket. The bag was still cloudy from whatever second life it had had before Laird handed it to me. Grease stain in one corner, old Sharpie date half rubbed off September 22nd. My phone was a dim rectangle inside black glass reflecting my own face in miniature. Airplane mode icon glowed in the top corner when I woke it. No signal bars as expected. Emergency calls, only little label at the bottom. I thumbed the settings off airplane just long enough to see if the phone would even try. The status bar shrugged, still empty. The quiet zone and the hills did not care about my curiosity. Texts, then. I opened the Messages app. The list looked boring in a way that made my heart beat harder. Mitch, 3 bubbles from earlier in the day. Got KX ticket in your queue. Then, an hour after my arrival, confirm on site. Then, around the time the tone hit, just you alive. Under that, my sister, a photo of my niece's lopsided snowman with, "She says this one's for Uncle Dan," slapped over it in white text. Under that, a spam text promising $500 if I clicked a link I definitely wasn't going to click. No unknown numbers. No system messages. No missed call notifications with Greenbank area codes. Nothing about 323. I checked the call log anyway, scrolling further back than I needed to. Just Mitch, the station manager in Columbus, my sister, a couple junk robocalls flagged as potential spam. My shoulders loosened half an inch. Maybe the vibration had been some kind of internal hardware fluke. Maybe the pattern had been coincidence layered on coincidence. Maybe. I backed out to the home screen. That was when the alert hit. The phone did not buzz this time. It did not play the jittery, grinding tone my brain associates with tornado warnings and amber alerts. The audio stayed dead, but the screen changed. For about 2 seconds, maybe less, the entire display went white, then filled with a blocky gray banner across the top that looked exactly like the wireless emergency alerts you get for flash floods and shelter-in-place orders. No carrier logo, no app icons, just big all caps, black text in the middle of the screen. This alert has been canceled. Visitor Carter excited via incorrect door. My name in that font on that template hit harder than it should have. It felt like seeing your own tag on a toe in a morgue. There were no other details. No county listings, no issued by the National Weather Service, just that blunt sentence. Underneath it, in smaller letters, I had to squint to catch before the whole thing blinked out, no further action required. And then it was gone. No soft fade, no dismiss button. One frame, it was there the next. My home screen was back my wallpaper of a blurry FM tower outside Dayton, staring up at me like nothing had happened. I stared at the phone thumb, frozen halfway toward the screen. The status bar showed no new icons, no alert triangle, no siren symbol. I swiped down from the top to open the notification shade. Email, the earlier texts, a weather app trying to tell me it might snow tomorrow. No emergency alert in the list. The WEA system on these phones keeps a log. You can scroll back and see the last few things your carrier thought you needed to know about. Tornadoes, child abductions, presidential tests. My log was empty. No entries. No history. I sat there in the driver's seat of a Stark mechanical van in a Dead Ace hardware parking lot and watched my own reflection in the glass. For a second, the angle of my face in the dark screen made me think of Laird's wrong-synced mouth in the vestibule, the skin lagging half a beat behind the words. I blinked hard and pushed the thought away. Glitch, I said out loud. My voice sounded too loud in the van. Some stale test packet got pushed. Bad cell coverage made it burp. Whatever. I said it again in my head, trying to push the image of that text away. Visitor Carter exited via incorrect door. Cancelled. I slid the phone back into the Ziploc bag thumb, moving more carefully than it needed to, like I was afraid of touching the glass directly. Airplane mode back on. Lock screen back into my pocket. The flurries outside had thickened while I was sitting there. Little white dots streaked through the beams, melting as soon as they hit the windshield. The hardware store's sign creaked softly in the wind chains, grinding against metal. I put the van in drive and pulled back onto the road. The rest of the trip home felt too long and too short at the same time. Highway signs flicked past I-77 north, then I-70 west. Columbus, 80 miles. The world narrowed to the lines on the pavement and the orange glow of semi-taillights ahead of me. Somewhere between exits, my body slipped into that autopilot you get on long drives, where your hands steer and your feet move, and your mind goes wherever it wants. Mine went back to the tower, to the beacons blinking 323, and to the ghost alert on my phone canceling something I had never seen start. The next morning, the shop's HVAC sounded wrong. Stark Mechanical's office is wedged into one of those brick and metal strips on the east side of Columbus, the kind with 3 small businesses in a row and a parking lot full of work trucks. Inside, it smells like every service outfit I have ever worked for: burnt coffee, rubber, cardboard, the faint tang of solder from the corner, where someone's always just fixing this one board. The overhead is a maze of exposed ductwork and drop-ceiling tiles. On a normal day, the supply vents push out a low, steady hum background noise you stop hearing after a week. That morning, standing in the break room with a mug of coffee that tasted like someone had burned the filter, I could hear the air. It wasn't louder. It was more present. The way it had been in that equipment room right before the internal wind event, like the ductwork was paying attention. Carter. Mitch's voice bounced off the cinder block around the doorway to his office. He had his phone in one hand and a manila folder in the other, reading glasses down near the tip of his nose. There was a fresh line of worry between his eyebrows I did not like. Yeah. I stepped into the doorway, leaning on the jamb. He turned his monitor a little so I could see it. Outlook window open. New email selected. You want to tell me why FEMA just slapped my hand, he said. The sender line read, Emergency relay operations, no dash reply at FEMA.gov. Subject contractor access suspension. Site KX-91B/Carter Daniel. The body was worse. Dear contracting supervisor, it started. This communication serves as formal notice that contractor Daniel Carter Stark, mechanical ID number 07-42, is barred from future access to Federal Emergency Relay Site KX-91B effective immediately. There was a bullet list neatly formatted, procedural non-compliance failure to follow shelter protocol during unscheduled tone event. Interaction with restricted system output red band printer lines. Attempted override of designated exit pathway. Under that, in the same bland government font, site logs indicate contractor departure via incorrect egress vector during internal wind condition. This behavior is inconsistent with established safety and containment procedures. My throat went dry. I didn't override anything I said. I walked out the front door. Mitch said. His eyes didn't leave the screen. They call that attempted override now, I guess. Their north exit wasn't I stopped. I could not think of a way to explain door that came and went that didn't make me sound like I needed more help than HR could give me. At the bottom of the email, just above the canned FEMA signature block, and a paragraph about the importance of ongoing partnership with private contractors. There was one last line. Single sentence. Full caps. As if the person writing it had leaned a little harder on the keyboard. Do not reschedule. The words looked exactly like they had in the logbook. Same phrasing. Same cold finality. Something in the duct above Mitch's office shifted. The hum of the HVAC dropped a half step, then came back up. A sheet of paper on his desk fluttered once, though the vent was on the other side of the room. The hair on my forearms prickled under my work shirt. You seeing this? Mitch asked, jabbing a finger at the do not reschedule line. What the hell did you do out there, Dan? I opened my mouth, then closed it again as a soft, hollow rush moved through the ceiling above us, traveling down the length of the office like a phantom train. The coffee in my hand trembled, a tiny ring of ripples kissing the rim of the mug. For a second, standing in a brick box off East Broad Street, with a boss I had known for 5 years, the air felt exactly like it had in that concrete relay building in West Virginia, too close, too aware. Like the test I had walked out of was still running. 5.2. Hollis and the Holes. In the story, sleep stopped being regular after KX-91B. I still went to bed. I still lay down in the same sagging full size in my Columbus apartment. Same cheap sheets, same view of the parking lot through blinds that never quite closed all the way. My body went through the motions. But the part of me that actually shuts down and drifts never really showed up. Instead, nights turned into these long, stretched-out stretches of almost sleep where every sound from the building wired straight into the part of my brain that should have been resting. The fridge in the kitchenette about 10 feet from my bed would cycle off with a dull thunk, and instead of just rolling over, I would feel my fingers curl into the blanket. The HVAC in the ceiling vents would shift pitch, and I would be back in that equipment room waiting for the tone to start. You know that EAS test jingle, those 3 bird data bursts before the voice comes on. I had heard it 100 times on TV over the years, usually halfway through some ball game or cop show, always with a bored announcer telling me this was just a test. Now if it even hinted at starting, I would punch the power button. A week after KX-91B, I was on the couch, Fox rerun mumbling in the background plate with congealing takeout on the coffee table. The bottom third of the screen flickered gray, and the little emergency alert system banner started to form at the top. 3 stuttering bursts of data came out of the speakers, and my thumb slammed the remote without even going through my brain. The screen went black. My heart kept going. I sat there in the dark living room, breathing too hard, the outline of the coffee table barely visible by the sodium orange glow leaking through the blinds from the lot lights. That's normal, I told myself. You got spooked by a tone once. Now the sound makes you jump. It'll fade. It didn't. If anything, it got worse. Even when I was out on other calls, Rooftop FM in Dayton, a church basement rack in Newark, a low-power TV translator bolted to the back of a strip mall, I caught myself listening for it. Not just the EAS jingle. The other tone, the wrong one, buried under fans and fluorescent hums. That thick, bone-deep sound that does not come from any one speaker. I still had a job. Mitch had not fired me. Stark Mechanical had other relays in other regions, and the official line from FEMA was access suspension. At KX91B not, you're blacklisted from everything with an antenna. On paper, I was fine. In my head, I was still standing in that concrete room with my hand on the wrong door. I kept thinking about Hollis. Visitor Hollis J. Trans Diag, unresolved. Visitor exited via north door. Do not reschedule. And then Laird, whatever Laird was saying. Visitor Hollis did not exit via any door like the log, and reality had gotten into a quiet argument, and reality won. You'd think if a contractor vanished at a federal relay site, there would be something about it online. So one night around midnight, with the neighbor upstairs thudding around and some kind of argument going on down the hall, I opened my laptop. The screen lit the whole apartment in a flat, unhealthy blue. The kitchen sink in the corner shone like a prop. The cheap beige of the walls turned gray. My reflection hovered faintly in the black at the edges of the display, unshaven circles under my eyes, stark mechanical hoodie slumped over a t-shirt. I cracked a beer from the six-pack I had been pretending was for the weekend and typed Hollis J transmitter tech missing enter. The results were nothing in the way that is almost worse than finding something. No local news articles about a technician vanishing. No family seeks answers pieces. No obituaries that matched a radio tech in Region 3. A couple of hits for a James Hollis who coached high school basketball in Kentucky. A trucking company owner in Virginia. None of them smelled like my Hollis. I tried again. FEMA relay contractor disappeared Appalachia that got me a handful of conspiracy blogs, most of them written by the kind of people who see hidden numbers in barcodes. Black sites in the quiet zone, one of them shouted. I clicked anyway. It was all the usual stuff, HARP mind control weather weapons thrown at a map of West Virginia like spaghetti. Somewhere halfway down the page, a paragraph mentioned stories about contractors going into radio black holes and not coming back. But there were no names, no sites, just vibes. I closed the tab, more irritated than anything. The fridge compressor shut off with its little coffin lid thud. I flinched. Get a grip, I told myself, and opened a new tab. This time I went narrower. Industry stuff. The tiny subspecies of people who talk about feeder line impedance and FCC inspections for fun. The third search finally hit something that made my stomach tighten. Relay code KX91B avoid, I typed mostly as a joke. Down near the bottom of the results, past some PDFs about emergency broadcast regions and a cached job posting, there was a link to an old message board thread. The preview line read, anyone here ever pull a ticket for Region 3 EBS Relay KX91B don't. The URL was some ancient bulletin board software hanging off a radio engineering site I recognized from other late-night rabbit holes. Post date 3 years ago. I clicked. The thread was only 6 posts long. The first was from a user called RF_Sloyd avatar of a transmission tower clip art. got offered contract work out of DC for Region 3 Emergency Relay KX91B. Anyone know the site worth the drive? The responses started normal guys talking about mileage pay, warning about mountainous roads, the usual gripes about federal paperwork. Then a user named Dead Carrier dropped in. If you see KX91B on a work order and they call it a visitor ticket, say no. Trust me. No explanation. No follow-up. Just that. A couple of other posters pushed back. One said LOL, what they got ghosts on the tower. Another asked for details. Dead Carrier never answered. The thread died after that. If you spend enough time on these boards, you know half the guys are running on caffeine and resentment. There are always rumors stations that never pass inspection PDs who scream at text towers that hate new climbers. A single spooked post about a relay site could be nothing. Except I had the logbook entry in my head and the canceled alert on my phone and an email that ended with "Do not reschedule." I scrolled back up and clicked on Dead Carrier's profile. Most of their posting history was locked account marked as inactive. One thread title caught my eye: logbook leak. Anyone know if this is real? The link itself returned a 404. The thread had been scrubbed. The cheap beer was half gone by now. My laptop fan was doing its best imitation of a small jet engine. Outside, a siren Dopplered past on Main, the sound stretching over the building before fading. I went to the Wayback-style mirror someone had linked in a different thread, a half-broken archive of old images from the same forum. The search function was useless, but there was a manual index, logbook_leak_1.jpg, logbook_leak_2.jpg. I clicked the first one. The photo was a grainy off-angle shot of a paper binder, pages held open by a thumb. The resolution was bad enough that most of the handwriting blurred into gray, but you could make out columns, date, time, roll notes. Most of the entries were the kind of thing I had seen 100 times. Routine weekly check. FREQ. Alignment, okay. Battery test. Different initials in the roll column. Near the bottom of the page, the camera had focused a little better. Visitor Hollis J. Trans Diagi. In the notes column, in the exact same lettering I had seen with my own eyes in that concrete building, were the words, unresolved. Visitor exited via north door. Do not reschedule. Even through the pixel mush, I could see where the pen had dug a little deeper on that last phrase. Whoever wrote it had pressed hard enough to scar the page underneath. I clicked to zoom in further, but the image broke apart into blocks. Whatever phone or scanner Dead Carrier had used wasn't up to forensic work. Back on the archive page under the image, there were a few comments scraped along with it. The usernames were half anonymized, but the text was intact. One of them, posted about a year ago, read, "If this is fake, it's a really good fake." My visitor log looked just like this when I was there. Funny thing, my phone keeps doing the 323 vibrate every Tuesday at 3:17 a.m. since my last test there. The date stamp on that comment put it around 6 months before my trip. My apartment suddenly felt 10 degrees colder. I looked at the clock in the corner of my laptop screen. 12:42 a.m. Tuesday technically had already started. My own phone sat face down on the table next to the keyboard, still in the clouded Ziploc bag, because I had never bothered to take it out after KX91B. The blue light from the display washed over the plastic, making it look like the bag itself was glowing. I watched it for a long minute, waiting for it to move. Nothing happened. In the apartment upstairs, somebody dropped something heavy. It hit the floor with a thump, followed by muffled laughter. Down the hall, someone's TV changed channels, the sudden burst of canned laughter bleeding under my door before the volume went down. The fridge clicked off. For a split second, my ears filled with the memory of that hollow rushing sound from the equipment room. The silence that followed felt too exact, like someone had hit stop on a recording instead of the compressor just finishing a cycle. I looked back at the frozen pixelated logbook on my screen. Hollis's name. The words, "Do not reschedule." The comment about 323 at 3:17 a.m. I told myself it was all coincidence, layered paranoia on top of bad nights and one very strange job. Then somewhere deep in the ductwork over my head, the building's heat came on with a low, rounded sigh. The air that spilled down through the vent did not feel any different on my skin. The sound, though, just for a second, had that same hollow, pipe-through-nowhere quality I had heard in West Virginia. Like internal wind reaching a little further than it should. 5.3. First home alert. The first time the tone followed me home, it chose the hour when the building forgets. It is full of people. I had done what everyone tells you to do when something rattles. You keep busy, stay distracted, do normal things. So I did. I worked my daytime calls, climbed towers that did not blink in patterns, checked transmitters that did not try to talk about me in red ink. I came home, microwaved leftovers, watched whatever the algorithm threw at me on YouTube until my eyes hurt. I scrolled forums where other techs complained about ground loops and bad managers and never once mentioned internal wind. That night, I was 2 beers in on my couch laptop, open on the coffee table, some video playing half-screen tower collapse compilation from the early 2000s. Because apparently I hate myself while the TV showed a muted game show I was not following. My phone, still in its cloudy Ziploc, sat face down by the remote. The apartment smelled like reheated pizza and cheap detergent. Somewhere in the building, someone was frying onions. The scent drifted in under the door and mixed with everything else into that weird blend you only get in old buildings. The digital clock on the microwave over the stove in the kitchenette glowed 3:15 a.m. in soft green numbers. I knew it was late. I just did not want to lie down and close my eyes. Whenever I did, I kept seeing the equipment room clock stuck on 3:17, the second hand frozen in that almost tick position. The apartment was quieter than usual. No upstairs neighbor stomping around. No toilet flushes echoing through the pipes. No TV laugh track bleeding through the shared wall. The fridge compressor had cycled off a few minutes ago, leaving just the faint, distant rumble of the building's main HVAC through the vent. The city outside had fallen into that dead hour where most of the drunks have already found somewhere to pass out, and the early shift nurses are still on the road. The game show ended. The TV blinked to a black splash screen with a logo in the corner, then rolled into an infomercial. I muted it out of habit, even though the sound was already down low, and turned my attention back to the laptop. I do not know exactly when the tone started. There was no emergency banner creeping across the TV. No shrill test message cutting into a broadcast. No phone buzz or wireless alert chime. It wasn't like that. It came up from nowhere, from everywhere. 3 digital bursts hit first clean sharp, like someone had injected the standard EAS header into the air itself. My whole body flinched. The sound did not seem to come from the TV, but the screen flickered anyway, a wash of static over the infomercial host's face, little white points appearing and vanishing too quickly. Behind me on the counter, the small Bluetooth speaker I used for music shuddered against the laminate with a soft bump. It was not plugged in. The power light was off. It had been off for hours. Then the tone arrived. Same pitch, same thickness. The same two-note siren I had heard in that concrete relay building, except now there were no racks for it to pretend to be coming from. It filled the apartment like rising water. It was in the air in front of my face, humming in my teeth, vibrating faintly in the bones of my forearms where they rested on my knees. The walls carried it, the floor. The cheap blinds across the window trembled with it, their plastic slats vibrating so fast they blurred. I dropped the laptop onto the coffee table without meaning to. The plastic casing hit the wood with a hollow thud, the video stuttering audio drowned under that expanding roar. "Stop," I heard myself say, same way I had in the equipment room, like I could talk a waveform out of existence. It did not stop. The TV, still muted, rolled a banner across the bottom that I could not read because the text blurred. The picture jittered like someone was shaking the antenna, even though the feed was digital and there were no antennas involved. On the counter in the kitchenette, the microwave clock glowed 3:17 a.m. I pressed my palms against my ears. It did not help. The tone was not really sound in the normal sense. It was a pressure, a geometry. It lived in the space between the walls and in the cavities of my skull. My fingers muffled the highest edge of it, but the bulk of it stayed pressing in behind my eyes. The Bluetooth speaker slid another inch, as if someone had nudged it from the inside. The little rubber feet squeaked. For a second under the main siren, I thought I could hear voices. Not clearly, not words. Just the impression of speech, long vowels stretched too far, consonants melted into the body of the tone. Like a dozen announcements being played at once, slowed down and stacked, all trying to use the same channel. I stared at the dark TV at my own reflection in the stuttering glass. My mouth was open. I could not hear myself breathing. I thought about the rule card, shelter under console during unscheduled tone. There was no console here. Just a coffee table, a couch, a kitchenette. I bent forward anyway, folding myself like I could get under something that was not there. My elbows dug into my thighs. The tone tunneled through my posture. Then, as abruptly as it had started, it cut. No fade out, no tapering. One instant, the air was a solid wall of sound. The next, it was empty. The sudden silence tasted sour like the inside of an unplugged amplifier. My ears rang in the gap, a high, thin whine that might have been real and might have been my nerves trying to fill the space. I stayed hunched for a beat, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. Instead, the phone rang. Not my cell. Not the electronic trills and buzzes we are all used to. This was a bell. A real bell. A landline ring. It came from the kitchen. Brang pause. Brang. The classic heavy clang of metal against metal, like every desk phone in every office you have seen in an old movie. I straightened slowly, my spine popping, the remote sliding off my lap and clattering onto the floor unnoticed. The TV picture had steadied. The infomercial host's teeth were too white, his hands moving in slow, convincing gestures as he sold steaks or knives or salvation. The mute symbol sat in the corner politely. The microwave clock still showed 3:17. Brang, the sound came again from the direction of the countertop. I forced myself to stand. My legs felt wrong, like I had been sitting for hours, even though only minutes had passed. The carpet was thin under my bare feet, each step transmitting a little more of my weight than I liked. The border between the living room and the kitchenette was a change in flooring and little else. I crossed it like a line on the floor of a plant, like stepping over a threshold at a site. The ring came again. Brang up close, the sound had weight. You could feel the vibration from it climb the cabinets, rattle in the glasses in the cupboard. It was not loud exactly, but it was authoritative. The kind of ring you answered back when you had no choice. My brain kept trying to tell me I was mislocating the source, that some neighbor's phone was going off through the wall, that the tone had messed with my sense of direction. I knew the layout of my own kitchen. Fridge on the left, stove next to it, a narrow stretch of counter, then the sink under a small window that looked out over the parking lot's sodium lights. Microwave over the stove clock, glowing its stubborn green. Toaster. Knife block. Dish rack with 2 plates and a mug. No phone. I had never had a landline in this apartment. I had never called the cable company to ask for one. There was no jack in the wall above the counter. I knew this because I had once thought about getting a wall-mounted bottle opener and had stood in that exact spot for 5 minutes trying to decide where to put it. The ringing cut off as I reached the doorway. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the hum of the fridge and the new edge of my own breathing. Then I saw it. A beige plastic desk phone sat on the counter between the toaster and the knife block. Old style. Rectangular base cradle for the handset, spiral cord looping down and back up in a tangled curve. The kind you see in motel rooms and dated offices, the surface gone a little yellow from age, the number buttons gray with use. The handset rested perfectly in its cradle. The coiled cord lay neatly, no twist in it. The line cord disappeared behind the counter backsplash where there had not been any jack before. I stopped dead in the kitchen doorway, one hand on the frame, unable to make my feet go further. The microwave clock over the stove clicked as its internal relay shifted something in its cycle. 3:18. The phone did not ring again. I stood there staring at a beige landline that had not existed in my apartment an hour ago and understood finally and clearly that whatever KX91B was testing, they were no longer doing it entirely on their own property. 6.1. Answering the wrong phone. The beige phone did not look like a monster. It looked like every landline I ever saw in the background of an old office sitcom. Rectangular base handset that curved just enough to sit on a shoulder keypad on the body instead of the receiver. The plastic had that slightly yellowed tint that comes from fluorescent light and time the places where fingers would rest, gone a little shinier than the rest. The cord was the worst part. The spiral handset cord dangled off the side of the counter, thick and rubbery, coiling down in a perfect loop before curving back up. There was no twist in it, no kink like it had never been dropped on the floor, never been yanked out of someone's hand by a kid. It looked unused. The line cord at the back disappeared into the wall. Literally disappeared. There was a modular jack plate screwed into the drywall that I swear had not been there the last time I microwaved leftovers. No paint scuffs, no uncaulked edge. It sat there like it had always been part of the kitchen, a little off-white rectangle with a single port phone line plugged in snug. The overhead fluorescent in the kitchen hummed and flickered the way it always did when it had been on too long. The light it threw was a tired greenish white, just enough to make the laminate counter look a sick kind of tan and turn the phone into a highlighted prop. I stood in the doorway and did not move. My brain did the normal human thing first. It tried to make a box that the situation could fit into. Maybe the phone had always been there, and I was losing my mind. Maybe the landlord had come in and installed it while I was at work, which would mean the landlord had a key to my place and no respect for privacy. But that felt more plausible than my apartment spontaneously grew telecom hardware. Maybe I had fallen asleep on the couch, and this was just an incredibly specific nightmare. Then the phone rang again. Brang. The sound was impossible to file under background noise. Up close, the bell had weight. The metal inside the housing struck, and the vibration shivered through the counter into the cabinets, rattling the handle on the drawer with the takeout menus. The sound hit the bones behind my ears and vibrated in place. I flinched like something had swung for my head. The second ring came as soon as the echo of the first had died. Brang, the gap between them was the same spacing as the ring in the equipment room at KX91B. That old-school 2-beat rhythm. 1, 2. Pause. 1, 2. Like whoever had built the system had decided human stress response should be part of the design. Rule 2. Respond to landline on second ring if more than once. My foot moved before the thought fully formed. One step, then another. I had not read that card in hours. It was still tucked in my work jacket draped over the back of a chair in the living room, but my body remembered it. Some part of me that had spent too long in that concrete room in West Virginia had learned the pattern. By the time the third ring started, I was close enough to see my own reflection in the black of the number pad. My hand came up and wrapped itself around the handset like it had a schedule to keep. Brang, the sound cut off mid-strike when my fingers closed over the handle and lifted. The silence that followed was so sudden I could hear the little scrape of my skin on the plastic as I brought the receiver to my ear. There was no dial tone. There were 3 burst tones instead, not exactly the same as the ones that kicked off a normal EAS test, but close enough that my stomach dropped. Data sounds. Sharp, stuttering packets of noise that said, "Something official is about to hijack your attention." They hit 1, 2, 3, and then the line went dead flat for half a second. Then I heard my own voice. Dan Carter. Same name, same order, same 2 words I had said into a call box speaker on a dark road at a federal site. But the tone was wrong. The version of me that answered at KX91B had sounded tired, smart-ass edge dulled by a long workday and too many miles. The version I was hearing now sounded older, worn down in a way you can't fake. There was a rasp at the end of my last name that I did not recognize, like whoever was saying it had been talking for hours before they got to that point. The acoustics were wrong too. It did not sound like someone speaking into a handset. It sounded like a recording made in a concrete room, played back over a line that was not quite meant to carry it. There was a hollow edge under the vowels, a slap-back echo just far enough behind to make my skin prickle. Who is this, I heard myself ask, but the question felt small next to the simple fact that whoever it was had my exact voice print. For a moment, there was nothing but the faint hiss of the line. Then the chorus started. It began with another voice, a man's lower than mine, a little nasal, like he had allergies. He said a name I did not know. Hollis. Just that. No first name, no title, no context. The word hung there, stretched too long, the S at the end, dragging like tape. Behind him, another male voice spoke over it. Carter. Not the way I said it. Different rhythm. Same syllables like someone reading off a list. Then a woman. Laird. Hearing that name in a female voice made something inside me twist. Up to that point, Laird had been tied to one face, one too perfect body, moving just a fraction wrong. Hearing it from someone else knocked it loose from him, turned it into an entry on a ledger. The names stacked up. Hollis, Carter, Laird, Cole, Guerrero. Some of them I recognized, some I didn't. They came in different tones, different accents, some crisp, some blurred, Midwestern vowels, Southern drawls, a clipped East Coast bite, male, female, old, young. None of the voices lined up with each other, but they all fit in the same space layered under a thin bed of line noise. It did not sound like a conversation. It sounded like a roll call in a room that was not quite large enough. I pressed the receiver harder against my ear as if that would help separate them. The plastic bit into the cartilage. My fingers were slick with sweat. Stop, I said. My throat felt tight. Stop it. The names did not stop. They started to blur, consonants eating each other, vowels stretching. Somewhere in the mix, my own voice came back around saying, Dan on top of someone else saying Hollis, the two syllables smearing into a single wrong sound. I could feel something else behind the noise. Not a word, not a sentence, just intent. The same sense I had gotten in the tower lot when the beacons blinked 323 in time with my phone. The feeling of something using a protocol as a finger tapping out patterns against the inside of my life. I said stop. This time I shouted it. The words snapped off the walls of my kitchen harsher than I meant. My throat burned. The names kept going, riding over my shout without a hitch. Anger did what fear hadn't managed. My hand moved on its own. I ripped the handset away from my ear, the coiled cord stretching tight, and slammed it down into the cradle. The bell inside the housing clanged once from the impact. The sound cut into the lingering echo of my shout. For a heartbeat, I thought that might be enough, that the ritual of hanging up would still mean something in whatever mess this had become. The names didn't stop. They came through the plastic, muffled now, but still there. A crowd at the other end of a long hallway. My own voice in the mix saying Carter over and over until the syllables blurred. Fine, I said through my teeth. I reached behind the bass fingers, fumbling for the line cord. The plastic jacket was warm to the touch like a living thing. I found the plug, braced the bass with my other hand, and yanked. The modular connector popped free of the jack with a sharp, satisfying click. For a split second, I expected the phone to go quiet. The names kept coming. The cord in my hand jumped once like something had kicked it. The bell in the bass chimed faintly, a little half ring, though there was nothing feeding it. That was the point where something in me snapped. I stepped to the drawer, yanked it open so hard it banged against its stop, and grabbed the first tool that looked like it could hurt a phone, a cheap pair of diagonal cutters I used for speaker wire and small jobs. The coil cord between the base and the handset arched in a perfect smug loop. I grabbed it, stretched it out, and squeezed the cutters around the thick part of the spiral. For a second, the rubber fought back, resisting the blades like muscle. Then the jacket gave with a soft, wet pop. The metal conductors inside snapped one after another, the cutters biting through them with tiny, crunchy clicks. The handset went dead in my hand. Inside the base, something rattled. The last echo of the names dissolved into the air, leaving only the sound of my own breathing, and the fridge humming back to life in the corner. I dropped the severed cord onto the counter. The handset swung uselessly in my grip, its bottom end frayed where the insulation had been cut. The base sat silent, the line cord trailing loose, no longer connected to anything. "Stay dead," I whispered. The fluorescent overhead flickered twice like an eye closing. I turned away from the counter, suddenly exhausted, every limb feeling like it belonged to someone else. The living room looked almost normal from the kitchen threshold, couch, coffee table, TV still showing late-night junk with the sound off. The laptop's screensaver had kicked in, bouncing a logo across the dark. I glanced at the microwave as I stepped past it. The green numbers on the little display read 317. They had read 317 the last time I looked before the tone before the phone. That alone could have been a coincidence. Digital clocks, drift, freeze, glitch. What made my stomach twist was the second thing. The colon between the 3 and the 1 was not blinking. Microwave clocks blink the separator when the seconds are moving. It's a tiny little pulse, off on, the cheap appliance's way of pretending it's keeping precise time. Mine was solid. The colon shone steady, unblinking green, as if the panel had been printed that way. My kitchen clock was frozen at 3:17 a.m. Somewhere deep in the ducts above my head, the building's air shifted. The change in pressure brushed the hair on my arms. For the second time in my life, I had the clear, ugly sense that time and whatever was living inside the alert system were having an argument. 6.2. Trying to walk away. The morning after the phone, I almost did the same thing. I woke up on the couch with the TV still on mute and the kitchen still smelling like panic and cheap plastic. The beige landline sat on the counter and my peripheral vision cord, still cleanly snipped handset lying sideways like a dead animal. The microwave clock still read 3:17 solid, no blink. My first thought was to call off. My second was to call a therapist. My third, the one that finally dragged me into the shower and into the van, was the oldest go to work and pretend nothing is wrong until it either stops being wrong or kills you. The stark mechanical lot was half full when I pulled in. Frost clung to the hoods of the trucks that went out earlier. The sun caught on the ladder racks and on the little patches of ice where the downspouts dripped. Inside the office smelled like burnt coffee and the faint peppermint someone in billing had put in a dish. The HVAC was running too hard for how many bodies were actually there. Every vent sounded a little like a sigh. I found Mitch in his office sleeves rolled up staring at a spreadsheet like he could force the numbers to love him. "I need to talk to you about federal contracts," I said, standing in the doorway. He did not look up right away. "Morning to you too," he muttered. Then louder, "What about them? I don't want any more of them," I said. "Especially Region 3. I'll take rooftop FM, I'll take low-power TV, I'll drive to Indiana and back 3 times a week. But no more FEMA relay sites. No more EBS anything." That got his attention. He leaned back in his chair, the springs squeaking, and squinted at me over the top of his readers. "You got religion overnight?" he asked. "Or did one of their guys chew you out?" I thought about telling him that the site lead's face had not stayed on right, and that my microwave clock thought time was optional now. I thought about describing the phone in my kitchen that didn't exist on my lease. Instead, I said, "That place was wrong, Mitch. If they call us again, send someone else, or tell them no," he snorted. "Congratulations," he said. "You got your wish 2 days ago." He spun his monitor around with one hand. An email sat open. I recognized the FEMA header style from the copy he had shown me before, but this one was shorter. "Effective immediately," he read. "Region 3 Emergency Relay Operations has elected to suspend Stark Mechanical from service at Site KX-91B due to contractor non-compliance and manual override interference. Further services in Region 3 will be reassigned to other vendors. Do not reschedule." He let the last words hang their eyes on me. So he said, "They dropped us. They'll find some other poor schmuck to abuse. You, my friend, are officially off that hook." He said it like it was a joke, like you shrug and move on. I nodded because what else was I going to do? Tell him the hook had already set, and I was just feeling the line tug from somewhere I couldn't see. "Good," I said. "Then give me something normal." "Normal," he repeated, clicking through the schedule. "I got a rooftop FM in Whitehall, but the station manager's a screamer. Or I got a translator tower out near Cleveland, little guy, 45 feet small, church, low power. You'll be back by dinner if traffic behaves." "Cleveland," I said. "Please." He raised an eyebrow. "Whitehall guy is that bad? You have no idea." He printed the work order. The laser printer's neat black text looked almost innocent after the dot matrix at KX-91B. He slid the paper across the desk to me. "No federal logos," he said. "Just a cross and a parking lot." It should have felt like relief. The tower outside Cleveland really was nothing. A skinny stick of steel bolted to the side of a small brick church, maybe 45 feet high, guide once in each direction. I climbed it in 20 minutes, clamping my safety harness in each time I moved. The wind up there smelled like car exhaust from the highway and stale snow from the strip mall next door. From the top, I could see other towers. You do not realize how many are around you until you look from that height cell, monopoles, old TV masts, AM arrays, bent like crowns over empty fields. They were far, but my brain immediately painted one of them white with a fat dish and hung a blinking red beacon on top. For a second, my grip on the rung tightened and my stomach dropped the way it had at West Virginia when the dish started to tilt. Not that tower, I told myself. Different state, different world. But for the rest of the job, every time the wind hit the guy wires and made them hum, it sounded too much like that low internal wind from the relay. I tried to walk away. I took normal tickets. I drove normal highways. I stopped at normal gas stations where the coffee tasted like cardboard and the bathrooms smelled like bleach and somebody else's bad day. And little by little, I realized I had not left anything behind. It started with static. The first time I was in a grocery store fixing an ice cream freezer that would not kick on. It was one of those chain places with a ceiling full of fluorescents and a PA system that played classic rock and told shoppers about 2-for-1 canned soup. I was elbow deep in the compressor compartment when the store PA crackled. Just a little hiss. Half a second, like someone had brushed the mic with their thumb. The music dipped under it, then popped back to normal. No one around me flinched. A kid in the cereal aisle kept begging his mother for something with marshmallows. An older man pushed his cart past me, wheels squeaking. I checked my watch. 3:17 p.m. A week later, I was in the terminal at John Glenn Airport, killing time before a flight to a training in Chicago. The ceiling speakers were piping in announcements about boarding groups and carry-on sizes. I was barely listening, more focused on my phone and a stale pretzel. Then the sound system hiccuped. 1 second of static, a dry, sandpapery hiss. The LED display over the gate glitched, a line of pixels flickering. I looked up. The big analog clock over the security checkpoint said 3:17. Once you notice something twice, you start looking for it. At the mall, at a hospital waiting room, in a strip mall church, in the food court at a different mall when I was swapping out a bad amplifier for their PA. Always the same if there were speakers connected to anything, if there was a system that could in theory carry an alert. Then at 3:17 p.m., there would be the tiniest stutter, a little breath of static. No one ever seemed to react. The conversation around me never changed. Kids kept crying. Cashiers kept asking if I wanted my receipt. It was like a dog whistle for one specific nervous system. Mine. Human horror is not the part where something crawls out of your TV. It is the part where you realize you are the only one in the room hearing the crawl. My body started to fold around that time of day. I ate less. Food sat in my mouth like chalk. Sleep came in little ragged pieces at the edges of dawn. My sister texted more often, asking if I was okay, if I had gotten the snowman picture, if I was stopping by for Sunday dinner this month. I answered with thumbs up emojis, and yeah, just busy, because the alternative was, I think the emergency alert system is following me around like a bored god, and I keep finding phones in my kitchen. Even saying that in my head sounded insane. Saying it out loud to someone who loved me felt like asking them to back away slowly. So I kept it. I kept it when I woke up 3 nights in a row at exactly 3:17 a.m. to the fridge compressor shutting off and the air in the room holding its breath. I kept it when the beige phone on my counter stayed physically dead, but moved an inch to the left between one day and the next. I kept it when I took a job at a local TV station and saw the system that had birthed all of this. It was a Tuesday afternoon, the kind of gray Ohio day where the sky just sits on your head. The station was a mid-market broadcast out on the edge of town, a low brick building with a tall mast out back, and a parking lot full of cars that cost more than my van. They had called Stark because their EAS encoder had been throwing error codes during weekly tests. My job was simple: check the connections, reseat the cards, make sure the thing talked politely to the automation computer. The master control room was a dim cave full of monitors. Banks of screens showed every feed. The station had live cameras, network content commercials, queued up weather radar in one corner. The air in there was always a little warm from all the equipment. It smelled like plastic bad coffee and green room hairspray. A tech named Sean pointed me toward a rack in the back where the EAS unit lived, little beige box with a front panel screen that looked like it had been designed in 1998. Next to it, on a lower shelf, sat an old dot matrix printer. It was hooked up as a backup log device, the way stations are required to have some kind of hard copy of their alerts. "We do our weekly RWT at 3:20, Sean said. "State relay hits at 3:18. You'll hear it. Just make sure this thing's seeing it." He tapped the beige box. It beeped once, offended. I glanced at the wall clock above the racks. 3:13 p.m. Plenty of time. I hooked my meter up to the power feed, checked ground, reseated a serial cable that felt looser than it should. The EAS unit's front screen showed the station call sign, the time, and a blank message field. Nothing unusual. At 3:17 p.m., every monitor in the room flickered. Not enough for the content to drop, just a thin line of static across all of them at once. Sean did not even look up. He was answering an email on the control PC, one hand on the mouse, one on a cup of coffee. The air felt like it had right before the tone in my apartment, just for a second. Pressure without sound. I looked down at the work order clipped to a metal clipboard on the little side table. The station engineer had left it there for me, printed that morning on the office's dot matrix, because, as he put it, we're cheap and it still works. The paper was a pale, ugly green, the kind with perforated edges and little feed holes. The text, my name, the date, the job description, had been printed in neat black dots. Only it wasn't black anymore. Right in front of me, the letters swam like someone had dragged a magnet across an old CRT. The line that had said "Service Request EAS Encoder Intermittent" blurred, then reformed. "Visitor Carter will attempt to walk away." Every word was in that same thick red I had seen creeping out of the dot matrix at KX91B. The ink looked wet, like it would smear if I touched it. The word visitor made my skin crawl more than my own name. I blinked hard. The red text snapped back into black. "Service request, ease encoder intermittent." The paper was dry. The letters were crisp. Sean glanced over his shoulder at me. "You good?" he asked. "Yeah, I lied. Just thought I saw a typo." He nodded already back to his email. At 3:18, right on schedule, the state relay hit. The EAS encoder beeped, printed a neat, normal line of black text on the dot matrix. "RWT received from state relay, forwarding." The weekly test rolled over the station's audio chain, 3 bursts. Then the familiar voice telling everyone watching that this was only a test. I watched the paper feed. No red, no names, no "do not reschedule." Walking out to the van later, work order signed, problem resolved. I realized 2 things. First, I could take different jobs and work on different racks in different cities, but whatever I thought I had left at KX91B was perfectly capable of editing my paperwork from a distance. Second, whoever or whatever had written "Visitor Carter will attempt to walk away" did not sound angry. It sounded amused. 6.3. back near the ridge. There is a point where avoiding something starts to feel more like orbiting it. Months after KX91B, after the landline in my kitchen, and the static at 317, and the red text that changed itself right in front of me, I realized my whole life had become a series of careful detours around one hill in West Virginia. I would be halfway through a long drive and catch myself checking the highway signs, making sure none of them said anything about Greenbank or Cedar Hollow. I would stare at a weather map and feel my shoulders tighten anytime the radar sweep crossed that part of the state. I had started to recognize the shape of the ridgeline on satellite imagery, the way other people recognize skylines. The more I tried not to think about it, the more the whole thing sharpened at the edges. So one cold Friday night in February, sitting in my Columbus apartment, with the cut beige phone still on my counter, and my microwave still frozen at 317, I did something incredibly stupid that felt at the time like the only sane move left. I decided to go back, not into the site. I was barred from that officially and in every way that matters, just near it, near enough to see the ridge, near enough to look at the tower from a distance and prove to myself that it was just steel and blinking lights, and fed weirdness, not some hungry thing I had accidentally woken up. If you can draw a line around something on a map and walk up to that line without the world ending, some part of your brain relaxes. That was the theory anyway. I left around midnight. The van felt smaller than usual in the dark. I-70 out of Columbus was mostly empty, just me, a few semis grinding along in the right lane, and the occasional car full of people who made different bad decisions on Friday nights. It had rained earlier. The pavement shone under the sodium vapor overheads like someone had poured oil on it. The wipers had developed a catch. Every time they reached the left edge of the windshield, they stuck for half a second, rubber squeaking, before dragging back the other way. The noise set my teeth on edge. I tried not to hear it as a pattern, just a mechanical hiccup. Nothing more. 70 east, 77 south. The further I went, the emptier it got. Columbus fell away behind me, its orange glow on the clouds, fading, the radio stations getting thinner, and then vanishing entirely as I drove deeper into the quiet zone. The sky turned truly dark in a way you do not get near cities, the stars punching through in cold white. Rain turned from a smear to occasional spits on the glass, driven sideways by the wind. Somewhere around the state line, the wipers caught again. Skreek, thud, skreek, thud. My brain tried to hear 323 in it. I turned the defroster up, as if hot air would fix my imagination. By the time I hit the familiar sign for Millstone, it was past 2 in the morning. The town was even smaller than I remembered. A single main drag, dark storefronts on either side, Christmas decorations still hanging in late February because no one had bothered to take them down. A gas station sat at the edge of town where the road started to climb canopy lights, buzzing over 2 lonely pumps. I pulled in more for the light than the fuel. The concrete under the canopy was slick from earlier rain. The smell of wet asphalt and cold gasoline hit me when I stepped out. The wind carried a faint hint of wood smoke from somewhere up the hill, mixed with the sharp, stale coffee smell leaking from inside the station. I topped off the tank out of habit. The pump display was one of the old ones, numbers rolling on mechanical drums instead of a digital screen. It clicked over the dollars with a tired clatter. I watched my breath fog in front of me while it ran. Inside, the place was lit like a morgue. Fluorescence hummed overhead, turning everything a shade too pale. Coolers lined one wall, half of them empty. The coffee pots looked like they had been on since the late 90s. A rack of beef jerky and discount sunglasses filled the middle of the floor. The cashier looked like he had been behind that counter since before I was born. 60, maybe older flannel shirt under a station vest, gray hair slicked back. His name tag said Ross, which felt like a stupid joke the universe was playing on me. His eyes tracked me with the level, unhurried interest of someone who has seen every kind of drunk and restless driver drift through at every hour. "Pump 2, I said, dropping a 20 on the counter. He rang it up without looking down. "Long way from home this time of night," he said. "Just driving," I said. Needed to clear my head. He grunted the way older men do when they want you to know they heard you, but are not impressed. Out of my mouth before I could stop it, "You get many people heading up near the relay tower." His eyes flicked up, really looking at me now. "Which one?" he asked. "The one on the ridge," I said. "Federal emergency thing. Little concrete building, tall, red and white stick, big authorized personnel only sign." He took a moment like he was flipping through internal cards. "Feds up there don't like visitors," he said finally. "Always been that way. They bring their own trucks, their own fuel, their own coffee. Don't stop in much. Don't talk when they do." I tried to keep my voice casual. "You ever hear about one of their techs not coming back?" Something in the cashier's jaw tightened. "A lot of people go up into those hills," he said. "Hunters, hikers, linemen. Some of them don't come down. Weather gets them, or they get lost, or they decide they like the view." "This would have been a contractor," I said. "Couple years back. Hollis. Worked on transmitters." His eyes slid past me out the dirt-smudged front windows to where the road bent up toward the black shape of the ridge. "Fella came through here once," he said slowly. Hard hat on the seat next to him. Rental truck. Asked me how far to the Fed site. Told him about 20 minutes up. Didn't see him again, but that don't mean much. I don't clock everyone in and out. He drummed his fingers once on the counter. The sound was small in the big quiet room. "Thing about those places," he added, "is if someone doesn't come down, they don't hang posters. They just stop scheduling them." My skin crawled. He pushed my change across the counter. I had forgotten I was owed any. "Best not to go looking for business up there," he said. "If they want you, they send for you." "I'm not going in," I said. "Just driving by." He gave me a look that said he found that distinction flimsy at best, but shrugged. "Road's slick," he said. "Watch the turns." Back in the van, the cab felt warmer than it had any right to. The ridge loomed ahead of me now, a darker shadow against the cloudy sky. Somewhere up there, hidden by trees and terrain, was the site that had taken my name and jammed it into its logs. I drove past the turnoff. The access road to KX91B was just as I remembered, a narrow lane with a worn sign about authorized personnel, half hidden by overgrown brush. I did not slow down. I stayed on the main road, climbing higher, the van's engine working a little harder on the grade. A few miles up there was an overlook. It was nothing fancy, just a widened patch of gravel on the outside of a curve, with a warped wooden guardrail and a view of the valley on clear days. At night, it was a place for teenagers to smoke things and couples to park, I guessed. Tonight, it was empty. I pulled in tires grinding on the loose rock and killed the engine. The sudden quiet pressed in with that same weird weight I remembered from the tower lot. No other cars. No lights except my own headlights for a moment. Then darkness as I switched them off. I stepped out into the cold. The wind hit me full in the face, smelling like wet pine and stone and the faint iron tang of distant water. My breath came out in long, white plumes. The gravel shifted under my boots when I walked up to the guardrail. From there, I could see the valley spread out below patches of darker forest, the suggestion of a creek cutting through the occasional pinprick of a farmhouse light. Farther out, on another shoulder of the ridge, the silhouette of the tower rose. Even from this distance, there was no mistaking it. The twin red aviation beacons winked near its top, and midsection little drops of color hanging in the dark. A third light at the base marked the shelter. They were blinking in the standard pattern when I first looked. On, off, on, off. I leaned my forearms on the rough wood of the guardrail. It was damp and cold, soaked through from earlier rain. The wind pushed against my back, tugging at my jacket. Somewhere below, unseen branches knocked against each other with hollow clicks. For a while, nothing happened. The tower just stood there doing its job, letting the world know it existed, so planes would not hit it. The valley breathed. The sky above the ridge was a low, unbroken ceiling, reflecting back a dull, gray nothing. My phone sat in my pocket. Airplane mode had been on since Columbus. I had checked twice in the gas station lot, thumb hovering over the icon like a ritual. No signal bars, no Wi-Fi. Just the time and the little airplane insisting it was deaf to the world. I told myself I would stand there 5 minutes, look at the tower, listen to the wind, and then leave. The problem with setting a time limit in a place like that is that time has already proven it is willing to cheat. After a while, I checked my watch. 3:16 a.m. The second hand ticked over with the steady, indifferent motion of a machine that did not know any better. I should have gotten in the van. Instead, I stayed watching my breath blow sideways in the gusts, watching the red lights on the tower blink their tiny warnings. At 3:17, I heard the tone. It did not come from a speaker this time. There were no speakers. Just trees and stone and air and the tower on the far ridge. It came from the valley. Faint at first, a thin ribbon of sound that I could have mistaken for wind howling through some weird cut in the rock. But the shape of it was wrong. 2 notes back and forth, thickening as they rose. The exact contour of the EAS siren stretched out to fill the space between hills. It was quiet enough that I felt it more than heard it in my sternum and in the hinges of my jaw. The guardrail vibrated under my hands, the wood humming. The red lights on the tower changed. The top beacon blinked 3 times in quick succession. Flash, 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 pause. The middle beacon blinked twice. Flash, flash, pause. Both top and middle blinked 3 more times together. Flash, flash, flash. 3, 2, 3. At the base, the third light joined in. 3 flashes, then 2, then 3, all 3 points of red on that steel skeleton, pulsing in perfect sync with the tone rolling through the valley. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The wind had gone flat, like the air was holding itself very still to listen. In my pocket, my phone lit up. No buzz, no ring, no click. Just the sudden, unmistakable glow of a screen waking itself. I pulled it out with fingers that did not feel entirely attached to me. The airplane icon was still there in the corner. No bars, no Wi-Fi. The lock screen, which should have shown my wallpaper, was blank white for a moment. Then a gray banner slid down from the top, identical in format to the ghost alert I had seen in the hardware store lot weeks before. This alert has been rescheduled. No county list, no event code, no source. Just that sentence, black on gray, hovering over the frozen image of the valley in the background where the camera had tried to expose for the dark and failed. The banner stayed longer this time. Long enough for me to read it 3 times. Long enough for the breath in my lungs to go sour. Long enough for the red lights on the tower to finish their 3-2-3 sequence and slip back into their FAA-approved tempo, as if they had just needed to get that one message out. Then the screen went dark again. The tone in the valley thinned, stretched, and snapped off. The night rushed back in to fill the space it left behind, the real wind, the distant trickle of the unseen creek, the engine ticking as the van cooled down behind me. My watch said 3:18. Up on the ridge, the tower blinked like nothing had happened. 7.1. Living on a schedule. I didn't choose. By the time you hear this, I've been living on their schedule for months. I still have my job. I still have my name on a W-2 and a key to a van and an address in Columbus that sounds normal when you say it out loud. On paper, I look like every other low-level radio tech dragging himself through the week. But my life doesn't run on my calendar anymore. It runs on 3/17. That's the time the clock froze in the relay building. That's the time the first tone rolled through my apartment. That's the minute the tower on the ridge blinked 323, and my phone announced to no one that this alert has been rescheduled. It is not a coincidence. You learn to stop saying that word pretty fast. I used to live by shifts, by call windows. We'll be there between 8 and noon. We'll need you overnight at the site. After KX91B, I started living between the 317S. At first, I tried to pretend it was me being cautious. I set alarms that never landed on 17. If I had to be somewhere around 3, I would show up at 3:05 or 3:20. My phone calendar is full of little private jokes like that, now reminders at 3:11, 3:23, anything but the number that makes my ribs tighten. I taped over the clocks. Literally. Little strips of blue painter's tape over the microwave display the stove clock, the cheap wall clock in the hallway. A yellow post-it over the dash clock in the van. I leave the tape loose enough that I can peek if I need to, but most of the time I don't want to know. I don't want to see the number creeping closer to the minute when things flicker. At night before bed, I walk my apartment unplugging things like a paranoid electrician. TV cord out of the power strip. Bluetooth speaker battery removed. Laptop shut down all the way, not just a sleep charger brick pulled from the wall. You would think that would be enough. That if the wires are dead and the circuits open, the worst a number on a clock could do is give you a bad feeling. 3:17 a.m. proved me wrong. That first week after the landline, I woke up on my couch at what felt like the middle of the night. The room was dark except for the faint glow from the streetlights sneaking around the edges of the blinds. The beige phone on the counter was still in two pieces, cord neatly snipped. Every device I owned was either unplugged or off. I lay there listening. The building creaked the way old buildings do. Someone in another unit snored. The fridge finally cycled off with its little coffin lid thunk. That was when I saw it. The microwave over the stove, which I had physically unplugged 2 hours earlier, flickered. Just once, a single sickly green flash behind the tape, bright enough that it lit the underside of the cabinets for less than half a second. Not enough to form numbers, just a pulse, then dark again. Across the room, the TV, cold and absolutely not connected to anything, did the same thing. Black screen, gray static haze, then nothing. The air in the apartment held its breath. I did not need to peel the tape back to know what time it was. 3:17 a.m. It kept happening. Not every night. Not always that dramatic. Sometimes it was the microwave. Sometimes it was the little red standby LED under the TV glowing for one impossible second and then going dark. Once the Bluetooth speaker thumped against the counter like something inside it had tried to move despite the battery lying on the other side of the room. 3:17 a.m. became the time when dead circuits twitched. 3:17 p.m. belonged to the living ones. You would think you could avoid that too. Just stay out of places with PA systems. Except once you start thinking about it, you realize they're everywhere. Grocery store, airport, hospital, subway stations, fast food drive-thrus, sports bars. Every place in modern America where someone might need to tell a crowd something quickly has speakers bolted to the walls and a rack of amps humming in a closet nobody notices. And at 3:17 p.m., give or take a second, everyone I'm near hiccups. It's small. If you weren't waiting for it, you would think it was nothing. You'll be standing in the cereal aisle at Kroger, and the song on the canned classic rock station will fuzz for a heartbeat, just a little burst of dry static, as if somebody dragged their fingers across a live mic. The manager at the pharmacy will keep talking. The kids scanning items will keep asking paper or plastic. Nobody flinches. In the airport, it's a half-second of hiss between boarding calls. In a hospital hallway, it's a tiny crackle in the ceiling speakers while a nurse is being paged. In the food court of a mall in Akron, it came as I was standing under a dome of glass sandwich in one hand, work order in the other. The music cut out for exactly 1 second, at 3:17, raw static pouring down from 20 feet up, then snapped back mid-chorus like nothing happened. Every time I check the nearest clock, every time 3:17 on the dot, you start to feel hunted. The worst part is the wind. Not outside, inside. Back at the relay, the internal wind was a rule on a laminated card. Here, if wind is observed inside interior spaces, proceed to north exit. It had a bullet point like any other hazard: fire, flood, tone. In the apartment, it has no rule. I'll be at the sink rinsing a plate and feel a thread of cold air brush across my ankles, spiraling up around my calves. The windows are shut. The vents are still. The building's main blower is off. The little magnet notepad on the fridge will flutter its corner, tapping lightly against the metal. A sticky note on the side of the microwave will curl up and lay flat, curl and lay flat, like someone is exhaling through the wall. Once sitting at the table paying bills, I watched the curtains over the balcony door move. Just the smallest lift. A hand's width of fabric rising, then falling. There was no draft. The slider was locked. Outside, the night was still. Inside, the air was going somewhere. It sounds stupid when I describe it. My apartment is a little drafty. People live with worse. But if you've ever felt air move in a room that has no business breathing, you know exactly what I mean. It feels like the building's lungs are full of someone else's voice. At some point, hiding becomes a compulsion. I started avoiding my own bed around 3 in the morning. I would sit in the van with the engine off and the seat reclined, parked next to 20 other forgettable vehicles, telling myself I was just out for air. One night I took it further. It was a Tuesday, which used to be my one quiet day. Now it's just another line of 317S to dodge. I'd finished a call in town around midnight, and instead of driving home, I pulled into the 24-hour Walmart out on the edge of Columbus. You know the kind. Huge slab of a building, the parking lot lit up like an operating room, a line of sad, leafless trees planted in concrete islands. A half-dozen cars scattered near the front. A couple of semis parked on the far edge, their drivers asleep in the cabs. Shopping carts corralled in metal pens, a few strays clumped in the darkness. I found a spot out near the garden center where the lights were a little dimmer and killed the engine. The radio died. The fan wound down. The world shrank to the soft ticking of hot metal cooling and the far-off hum of the highway. I locked the doors out of habit and slid the seat back. The van smelled like stale coffee dust and the ghost of every job I had taken it to. The steering wheel sat a foot from my chest, like a barrier. This is neutral ground, I told myself. It's just a parking lot. You're being paranoid. There are cameras, there are people. If you sleep through 317 anywhere, it should be here. I must have dozed because the next thing I remember is my phone buzzing in my jacket pocket. I jerked awake. The The lot outside was quieter. The lights over the main entrance buzzed, throwing a flat white rectangle onto the asphalt. An empty cart rolled a few inches in a gust and stopped. I checked the screen. 3:12 a.m. My heart did its now familiar stutter. I watched the minutes crawl. 3:14, 3:15, 3:16. The van was so still, I could hear my own pulse in my ears. The Walmart building sat there big and ugly and indifferent, its front doors cycling open and shut for the handful of insomniacs and night stalkers. Over the doors, small gray speakers hung on brackets feeding the lot, with occasional announcements about sales and curbside pickup. At 3:17 a.m., every speaker in the parking lot breathed static. It was only a second, but it was unmistakable. A thin ribbon of white noise unrolled over the asphalt, sliding between the cars, feathering against the roof of my van. Every light felt a little brighter while it happened. 3 digital bursts followed. I heard them clearly through the closed windows, 3 clipped tones that had no business coming from a retail PA system. The same preamble the EAS encoder uses when it decides it owns your ears. Then a voice. Flat. Monotone. Not quite human. It came from every direction at once, from every little gray box bolted to the building, from the pole-mounted speakers over the cart corral, from the ones near the garden center gate. Visitor Carter, it said, in that calm, wiped-clean cadence, is currently attempting to avoid rescheduling. No mention of weather, no counties listed. No, this is a test. The static cut off. The lot went back to normal Walmart soundtrack, distant beeps from registers inside a cart bumping into another cart. The faint, tinny echo of some country song leaking out when the doors slid open. No one else in the lot even looked up. A guy in a hoodie pushed a cart full of bulk toilet paper past my bumper eyes on his phone. A woman loaded bags into the back of an SUV a few rows over. The night stalker smoking by the garden center flicked ash, took another drag, and checked his watch. Maybe they heard it and filed it as some weird late-night announcement. Maybe the words never reached them at all. I do not know. I sat there with my hands dug into the steering wheel hard enough to hurt, listening to the blood roar in my ears. Wherever there are speakers, it can find me. That was the only clear thought I had. Not this is impossible. Not you're losing it. Just that one sentence as neat and emotionless as black text on green paper. I did not sleep again that night. I drove home with the radio off tape still over the dash clock, the empty PA system of the van, waiting quietly for a voice that so far has been polite enough not to use it. 7.2. Writing it down. This is the part where I am supposed to tell you, I am warning you. That is how these things usually go, right? Guy sees something, guy survives something, guy sits down months later and types out a trembling public service announcement so strangers can avoid making his mistakes. I am not that noble. I am writing this because I am tired of carrying all of it alone. You can think of this as a confession if you want. For me, it feels more like I am forwarding an alert I do not know how to clear. There is a message in the system with my name on it, and the only thing I know to do is shove a copy of it out into the world and hope the backlog shifts. The laptop is on the cheap, wobbling table in my kitchen living room. You know, the kind, particle board 4 metal legs that never sit quite level, one folded napkin stuffed under the shortest foot. The screen's light is the only thing on in the apartment. Everything else is dark and full of corners. The glow off the monitor turns my hands into strange objects. They look like someone else's tendons standing out a little too sharp, knuckles too pale where they hover over the keyboard. My fingers shake when I pause. You would probably not notice it if you were across from me at a bar. But here, with the blue-white light pouring over them, every tremor is obvious. The fridge just stopped running. If you've ever lived in a small place, you know that sound, the compressor shutting off with a soft, final thunk and the fan winding down. The tiny roar of it is always in the background until it isn't. When it cuts, the silence that lands afterward feels too big for the room. It feels like the moment between the 3 digital bursts and the tone. I notice it every time now. The way the air changes shape around the quiet. The way it seems to lean toward whatever makes sound next. I keep typing anyway. You should know this straight. Most of what happened to me could have been avoided if I had just followed the rules on that stupid laminated card. Procedure 4, shelter under console during unscheduled tones. Procedure 5. If wind is observed inside interior spaces, proceed to north exit. Unnumbered rule implied in every job I have ever taken. When things feel wrong, you leave. I did not shelter under the desk. I went hunting for the source. When the internal wind started in the equipment room, I did not go to the north door. I went to the door I knew led to the outside. When the PA system said my name the first time and the rules told me to exit and stay out, I went back in to finish the repair. I want to be clear about that. There was no moment when a gun was held to my head. No supernatural compulsion that dragged my feet where they did not want to go. There were rules printed right in front of me in big, clear letters, and I chose to weigh them against my fear of being chewed out for doing a half-finished job. If you are waiting for a redemption arc, where I realize my bravery saved a town stop. I was not brave. I was compliant in the wrong direction. I was more afraid of losing a federal contract than I was of a sound that held my bones still. That is the part that sticks to me at 3:17 when the dead electronics twitch. Whatever runs that place, whatever lives in the alerts, in the schedules, in the pipes of the emergency system, did not pick me because I am special. It picked me because I was exactly the kind of idiot it knew how to use, the guy who will stay just a little too long in the wrong room because paperwork says so. That is my real horror. Not the landline that grew itself on my counter. Not the tower blinking 323 in sync with my pulse. Not even the moment in the stairwell when Laird's skin slipped on his face and something cold gripped my arm. What I cannot shake is the idea that somewhere in some log in some system none of us are supposed to see, there is a line that says, "Visitor Carter, do not reschedule," not as a punishment, as a status. I have seen those words before, in the binder at the relay, in the leaked forum screenshot about Hollis, in the email Stark got when Region 3 dropped us. It is a phrase the system uses when it is done pretending something was temporary. When you reschedule a job, you assume it will happen again. When you mark "do not reschedule," you are admitting that whatever that was is now a permanent condition. I am afraid that is me now. Not dead, not missing, just tagged. A parameter that has been set in some process that checks in at 3:17 twice a day. So I am here in this apartment that does not quite belong to me anymore. Typing all of this into a blank email addressed to a horror channel. You have probably heard stories like this on their videos, anonymous narrators talking about this happened to me in a voice that is calm enough to pass as entertainment. You might be listening to my words in that same format right now, stretched over 30 minutes, sandwiched between an ad read and a reminder to like and subscribe. I know what that looks like from my end. I see the cursor blink. I see the paragraphs stack up. I see the little character count tick in the corner of the screen like a tiny clock of its own. Behind that, I see my reflection in the laptop bezel, face drawn more than it should be for my age circles under the eyes, mouth tight. Every time I pause, my eyes flick to the top of the screen where the time lives. I force myself not to click it. The fridge is still quiet. The HVAC in the building has cycled off too. Somewhere in the walls, the big blower shut down, leaving behind a flat hum that might just be my nerves. The whole apartment feels like it is leaning toward the laptop, toward the words waiting to see what I will actually admit to on record. You know how some people say writing things down makes them real? It is the opposite for me. Things already feel too real. Putting them into sentences makes them smaller. It pins them to paper the way that logbook pinned Hollis. It also means the system does not own the only copy anymore. That is the real motive, if I am honest. I want there to be another version of this besides whatever is sitting in some printer feed in a concrete room in West Virginia. I want my name to exist in a context other than unresolved. Do not reschedule. I keep typing. At some point, the hair on my arms stands up. It is not a draft. The windows are shut. The curtains are still. The little sticky note on the fridge where I wrote "pay gas bill" and underlined it twice, lifts at one corner, trembles, and settles. Inside my head, I hear a sound I should not be able to hear without ear protection. Dot matrix printers have a very specific voice. The old ones with the tractor feed paper and the little perforated holes on the sides sound like a hive of angry metal insects. When they start, there is this sharp, stuttering whine as the head moves back and forth and the impact pins smack the ribbon. That is what I hear now. Not in the room, in my memory, in my teeth. The air does not vibrate, the table does not shake. But somewhere just behind my ears, there is the high mechanical chatter of a printer laying down a line of text on endless green and white paper. I freeze fingers hovering over the keyboard. The fridge does not kick back on. The laptop fan whirs quietly, a tiny, steady whoosh under the keys. My own pulse is a dull thud in my throat. Over all of it, the ghost of that printer sound keeps scraping. I do not see any paper, but I know in the same way you know when someone is staring at you through a closed door that somewhere some device is logging this exact moment. Visitor Carter is currently describing the event. The sentence prints itself in my mind's eye in that same fat red font, letters a little too wide, ink a little too wet. Maybe that is arrogance. Maybe whatever is behind this does not care enough about me to comment. Maybe I am just hearing echoes from the one time I watched the logs change while I stood there. Or maybe every time I try to push this story away from myself by driving to that overlook, by unplugging my appliances, by sending this email to strangers, the system treats it as another event, to record another test message in a chain it never intended to stop. I start typing again. Because if the printer is going to run, no matter what I do, I would rather at least choose some of the words. 7.3. The pattern you are part of now. If your channel plays this, you are stitching my voice onto 100,000 speakers. Laptop speakers on kitchen tables. Bluetooth bricks on bathroom counters. Sound bars under wall-mounted TVs. Cheap earbuds in people's ears while they wash dishes or drive home from the late shift. You are threading my story into the same network that runs those tones, into the same wires and air that carried my name into a concrete room on a hill in West Virginia. I need you to understand what that means. You probably have an emergency alert system where you live, even if you do not think about it much. Once a week, maybe once a month, it hijacks your TV or radio and tells you this is only a test. You hear the 3 digital bursts, those sharp, ugly little chirps, and then the long tone that sounds like a siren melted into a straight line. If you live in the States, you know that sound. It is baked into the background of your life. Here is the pattern I have been living under, the header bursts, the unscheduled tone. 323, 317. Those are the 4 beats that tie all of this together. The headers mean ownership. When you hear them, whatever comes next does not care what you were listening to before. The unscheduled tone is how it announces that this is not on any normal calendar. The blink 323 is how it marks what it wants you to pay attention to. And 317 is when it chooses to slide between the cracks of everything else. If you have been listening closely, you have probably heard those numbers already in what I told you. The clock freezing in the relay room. The microwave refusing to move past that time. The static in every PA system I walk past hitting right on that minute. The Walmart parking lot announcement about me attempting to avoid rescheduling. You might have written them off as a coincidence. 317 is just a time. 323 is just a blink pattern. Sirens are just sirens. I used to think that way too. Right now, while you are hearing this, you are sitting somewhere that probably feels safe. Maybe you are in your living room TV on low phone in your hand, scrolling through comments while a narrator's voice rolls over you. Maybe you have this playing through your car speakers while you sit in a dark driveway engine ticking as it cools. Maybe you are in bed, earbuds in the glow of your screen lighting the ceiling. Look around just for a second. Count how many things around you can make sound without you touching them. The TV, the phone, the smart speaker on the counter that pretends to be asleep until you say its name, the laptop in the corner, the Bluetooth bar your roommate bought on sale, the landline base your parents never got rid of, the intercom button by your apartment door, the PA in the hallway of your building that occasionally crackles to life to tell you the fire alarm is only a test. Every one of those is a door. That is what I did not understand when this started. I thought KX91B was the house, and the tone was stuck there. I thought, if I stayed away from that one tower, that one ridge, that one federal contract, I could outrun whatever I had woken up in its walls. I was wrong. Wherever there are speakers, it can find me. I am not saying this to scare you for fun. The channel you are listening to now will put the music under this cut. The ad breaks in, maybe sweeten the audio, so my breathing is less obvious. They are making a piece of content out of it. That is their job. My job, at least for the length of this story, is to tell you the truth the way I understand it. Maybe nothing will happen to you. Maybe your emergency alert system will behave the way it is supposed to for the rest of your life. Once a week, once a month, it will hijack your programming, tell you the weather is bad, tell you a test is only a test, and then stand down like a well-trained dog. You will never hear your own name come out of a speaker that shouldn't know it. You will never see an alert banner pop up and vanish before you can read it all. I hope that is how it goes. But here is what I want you to remember anyway. If any device in your house clicks on at 317 for no reason, if the red standby LED that has been dead for months glows once and goes out, if your microwave flashes even though it is unplugged, if the store music at your job hiccups with a second of static at exactly that time and nobody else even looks up, that is one door opening. If you hear an old landline ring once from a room where you do not keep a phone, a single heavy bell sound like metal on metal and then silence, do not tell yourself it was your neighbor's TV. Do not walk around the apartment turning lights on to prove there is nothing there. Just stand very still and listen to what follows. The 3 little digital bursts. The long tone under your appliances, in your walls, in your teeth. The voice that might sound like yours. I am not telling you to tear your speakers out of the ceiling. I am not telling you to wrap your phone in foil or live in a tent in the woods. If it wants to reach you, it will. That is the point of a system built to make sure no one can miss it. All I can offer you is the smallest bit of preparation. If sometime in the next few nights your screen flashes an alert and then clears before you can read it, do yourself a favor. Do not try to reschedule anything. Do not tell yourself you will deal with it next week or when things calm down. Do not take the next contract just because the email says federal and the money is good. Do not stay in the room that feels wrong just to finish the log. Just remember my name and the 3 numbers the system seems to love the most. 3, 1, 7, 3, 1, 7. Somewhere beyond your speakers, under the room noise and compression and whatever microphone your favorite narrator is using, there's a sound. If you listen hard enough, you might swear you can hear it, very faint behind my last words. 3 clipped bursts of data and the beginning of a tone that has been waiting its whole life for a channel like this one.